And the thing with Money in the Bank is that you're guaranteed big, dramatic moments. So obviously there's a lot of reacting, a lot of talking about some of those big spots during those ladder matches. Like, proper knocked me around, to tell you the truth. Definitely was feeling it after that show. But yeah, really, really interesting opinions video. I thought the opinions video was one of the most interesting we've ever done on the second channel, because I don't know about you, but I want to know what people think about the shows. I'm sure a lot of you go off to other platforms, go off to other YouTubers, go off to other websites to see what the reaction was to the show, to see what other people thought about the show. And what I really love about the opinions video is it's just loads of that. It's loads of real people that watched the show giving their honest thoughts, honest reactions, honest opinions about what they thought about the show. So I love doing those videos because it gives me what I'm looking for. And what I'm looking for is that honest thought, honest reaction. And so I thought this was the most interesting because I think this show really divided opinion. I really do. I think this show, I don't know why, but there was people saying it was garbage, it was boring, it was 2 out of 10. It's the worst PLE of the, not of the year, of the Triple H era, right? Since Triple H took over, it's the worst PLE, right? And then you've got people going, it wasn't quite, you know, 10 out of 10, but I really enjoyed it. Loads of talking points. I'm giving it an 8. So you had this more often than usual, actually, more than usual, this widespread of people kind of coming from all different angles, right? So I get the feeling that we've all got slightly different opinions about what went down last night. There's some people that really loved the Drew being screwed over and being costed again, and then there's some people that really hated it because it, you know, that just threw Money in the Bank away. There's some people that loved the main event, thought Jacob looked amazing, thought that it moved us forward towards SummerSlam, did what it needed to do. And then there's some people that are really down on it because there was a few botches. There was no Jimmy. There was no Roman. They wanted more from the end of the show. So, like, there's all, sometimes I think you can be honest in saying maybe all these things are true. Maybe it's just a weird show where, like, everyone's right and, like, all of these things are correct. Like, it was a fun main event, but it equally didn't deliver everything that everyone was looking for. Where you kind of end up with a score on that is just really difficult. So I gave all my thoughts and we read all of those opinions in that up some reaction videos. I like to do that now. I'm really trying to see if we can grow the TikTok account, grow the Instagram account, grow the Twitter account. I'm trying to focus on those a little more than we have in the past. And so I enjoy doing those, and it's really good actually to go back and look at some of the key moments and see how people are reacting and see kind of what we were doing at that point, right? And then as well as that, I did the opinions video and I got it up last night as well. So I'm going to try and do that again tonight. The reason I'm telling you about this is because I'm going to try and do it again tonight, and I'm going to try and do it again on Monday night after Raw. I'm going to try and do it on the night. So I wouldn't wait till the next day to leave your comment on the post. I would try and get it up like on the night as soon as you can, really. And so we will do that again tonight for NXT Heatwave. We will share our thoughts about what went down, and I'll get that video up after this stream. So with that being said, I feel like there's so much to talk about. I feel like we've got to talk about last night, where we're going, why we didn't get Wyatt 6, what's happened with Adam Pearce. He's suspended Drew McIntyre, right? Lots to talk about there. But of course, we've got to talk about NXT Heatwave. That's why we're here. So we've got lots to preview and lots to get our teeth into. So let's run down the cards. Let's do some quick predictions. And then let's jump into the chat, right? So Karmen Petrovic and Arianna Grace taking on Jacy, Jayne and Jazmyn Nix. That is a tag match. and it's on the kickoff show. It's on the countdown show. We've actually got a match that's going to take place before the event, right? So I think Karmen and Arianna Grace are both Canadian, so it's a great way of getting them on the cards. Jacy Jayne obviously has been in NXT a long time. Jazmyn, I saw her at a house show in Florida, and I was really impressed with what I saw. I was really impressed. I like her. So I'm looking forward to seeing that match, actually. There's not much riding on it. It's the kind of thing that could have happened on NXT on Tuesday, but they are big names that I think have got bright futures, and you can understand WWE wanting to get them onto this show. So I think that's the perfect place for this match. I'm going to go with probably difficult, to be honest. I wonder if you're going to keep Karmen and Arianna Grace together for a bit and make them a bit of an odd couple, because they are not very similar at all. And I wonder if we're going to just dig into that a little bit. So for that reason, I'm going to give them the shock win. I'm going to say that Karmen and Arianna Grace somehow get a shock victory. And then on Tuesday, we look to, maybe Arianna's trying to convince Karmen to keep this tag team going. So I'm going to go with that. Then we got Nathan Frazer and Axiom against Chase University. This is really tricky, to be honest, because I keep looking at Chase U, thinking that we're going to do something really big with them. Like maybe Andre Chase goes on to be NXT champ, or Duke Hudson goes on to be NXT champ. I just don't know. That doesn't seem to be in the works, does it? That doesn't seem to be in the plans. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, I'm not sure. Is it time to break up Nathan Frazer and Axiom? That has been this little story of Nathan Frazer and Axiom being on slightly different pages. Axiom getting very frustrated with Nathan Frazer because he's never around. He's always off doing other things. And I wonder if soon that's going to result in them like really losing the titles and going in different directions. Does it happen here? I'm gonna go with Chase U winning. I'm gonna say title change. Chase U wins in a title change. I think it could be that we're planting the seeds for Nathan and Axiom splitting. Maybe it doesn't explode here and it's just a little further down the road, but I feel like it's coming. So I'll say they split here, but I'm not confident on it. I'm sure you can tell. I'll go Chase U in a not confident pick. Then we got Kelani Jordan against Sol Ruca. I'm pretty confident that Kelani will retain. Sol Ruca's a fantastic talent, but Kalani's only just won that belt. This is her first defense. Sol Ruca's amazing, but so is Kelani Jordan. So I'm going to say they stick with Kelani Jordan. She's defending the Women's North American Championship. Then we've got Femi against Wesley. Femi's winning. I have very little doubt about that. Femi is a monster. He's getting a lot of praise from the likes of Big E, from the likes of Wade Barrett. I've got Femi winning that. Then we got Roxanne Perez taking on Lola Vice. I think Roxanne retains, and the reason for that is because we know Julia is not far away. I don't think we're expecting her tonight, although this was the show that she was expected to feature on. I think originally she might have arrived at Battleground with her first match being tonight, but then I heard rumors that they were looking to bring her in tonight. And now I'm hearing rumors that she might not be there at all. So I have not heard if Julia is going to be on this show. I'm not expecting it now, but it absolutely could happen because we know she's signed. We know she's coming in. It's just that she's had this injury, which has prevented her from coming in because obviously she competes with Marigold now. So very interesting situation there. But I think Roxanne is going to be one that is going to go on to face Julia. Does it need the title for that match, though? That's a good question. Does that match need the title? But Roxanne against Julia, definitely happening. I'm going to say Roxanne retains as a result. I think Lola will get that women's championship, maybe just not yet. And then our main event, this is hard. I really want to know what your thoughts are on this, actually. This is hard. I think I'm going to go with champion retaining. Who leaves as champion? Who leaves as champion? Do we think it's going to be Trick? Do we think it's going to be Javon? Do we think it's going to be Ethan Page? Or do we think it's going to be Shawn Spears? Who leaves as champion tonight? This, I think, is difficult. I am looking at Trick Williams as retaining. He is him, right? He is the man. He is the guy that we are building. It's too early for Javon, so I really do not expect Javon. Shawn Spears and Ethan Page are very interesting alternatives. They're nowhere near as over as Trick Williams. Nowhere near as over. But this would be a way of getting the belt onto them without Trick really losing much. You know, you could have Shawn pin Ethan Haynes, but it is a bit, they could do something here. If they want to send a big shock, if they want to mix up this story a little bit, if they want to go in a different direction, if they want to have Trick be the hunter rather than the hunted, they could put the belt on, say, Ethan or Shawn Spears, who's got a lot of experience. So I'm going to say Trick retains, but there is a chance. There is definitely a chance that we could go in a different direction. But I'm going to say Trick retains. So that's the card tonight. We've actually got 6 matches, 5 on the main cards. Show will probably run for about 2.5 hours, I would imagine. Very similar to what we saw last night with Money in the Bank. Obviously, last night that had, I think, 5 matches on the main cards. We didn't get one on the countdown show, but we are getting one tonight. And it should be a really fun show. I like the cards. I like Roxanne against Lola. I think that's going to be a really good matchup. I like Kelani Jordan against Sol Ruca. I think that's a good matchup. Always good to see Chase U. Oba Femi is still a bit green in the ring for me, but Wesley might be able to bring out the best. I do think that that's going to be a good little guy against a good big guy type match, you know? So, I don't know if I can say that I'm really excited for that. I expect Oba to be very dominant in that, but it's not going to be a chore to watch it. And I think Wes could bring out the best in Oba. Main event, it's got a little bit of uncertainty to it, so that's quite interesting. I like the women's tag to start the night. That should just be fun. And then the tag match, as we said, always fun to see Chase U, Nathan Frazer. Do you know, it really resonated with me when Dave Meltzer said that he sees a young Will Ospreay in Nathan Frazer, and I had never thought about that before. I'd never thought about Nathan potentially reaching those kinds of levels. But when you look at him, he's so fast. And you hear about, like, Shawn Michaels is worried that no one can keep up with Nathan Frazer because he's too quick and he's too crisp. He's like, basically, he's too good. He's too good. He's worried that people can't keep up with him. He is so fast with his execution. He's not going around just botching everything. Everything's hitting, and he's so crisp and he's so fast. Like, all of a sudden, you hear Meltzer comparing him to a young Will Ospreay, and you go, that's interesting. I had not thought about Nathan Frazer in that way. I think he lacks maybe the big personality. You know, we've seen him kind of doing those news segments, and they always fall a bit flat for me. I don't really find them that entertaining. So I feel like there's probably a way that we can bring out a bit more personality, you know? He's not quite got the same mannerisms as Will Ospreay, or the same vocabulary as Will Ospreay, and maybe that will hold him back a little. But in ring, very impressive, very impressive. At the moment, he's just doing it in a tag division, so it does sort of feel like he's being pushed to the side a little bit. It's sort of like the time's not right, really, for us to do something with him in the singles division. But once this group splits and it's time to really start investing in him, to be honest, I would like to see slightly different ring gear, slightly different entrance music. I'd like to see something a bit more epic sounding. I'm not a fan of the Nathan Frazer name, really. I sort of feel like his packaging feels a bit wrong to me. That Will Ospreay comment has really got me thinking of what we can do with him. And at the moment, like, the package just feels like a very mid-card package. And I think we can do more for him. So I'll be looking out at Nathan in that match. And it's always fun to watch Chase U, as we said. So lots of little things going on tonight. It's a big night for NXT. And there's going to be lots of stuff to keep an eye on. Right, Mosey the Wrestling God. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. And Chappie5342 said, hey, Daze. Hey, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well and is ready for NXT Heatwave. Kyle said, Wyatt 6 just dropped a tweet. Oh, let's have a little look at that, shall we? Let's have a look at the old Wyatt 6. Does it say, sorry we weren't there yesterday? Sorry we weren't there yesterday. 11 minutes ago, it is... Is that Barry Windham? Oh, what have we got here? What have we got here? Let's have a little look, shall we? Let's go over to... Let's go over here. Wyatt 6. So we've got some numbers, which is quite interesting, of course. I would imagine that once this is decoded, it might give us the next indication as to what's going to be in the next vignette. We had that last time. This looks like Barry Windham. Is this Barry Windham? I sort of get that vibe from the picture. Okay, so my first thought would be, is it something to do with letters and their position in the thing? Like, would it be like 09 would be the 9th letter, 7 would be the next letter, but then why would they write it that way? So that's quite interesting. I don't really have an obvious answer as to what that is. Should we have a little look and see what people are thinking? Oh, hello. Oh, you see, this is where I struggle because I don't know some of these. Apparently, this is what? ACIIANC. Come on, guys. We should have known. It translates as "are sick." Are sick? Question mark. Yeah, I don't know some of these. That can make it a bit tricky when you don't know all the different ways of decoding things. So I'm not sure what this one is. Decimal decoder. RSIC. Oh, hello. That's good. That's good. So that's it changed over. Oh, let's try and chuck some of this into. Hello. Oh, am I on my other? I'm on my other account. I'm on the wrong account, silly. Here it is. Here is a better view of the picture. Who is it? My first thought is that it's Windham. Barry Windham. Made the image clearer. Looks like we're getting a Roman interview tomorrow. So decimal to text. It does translate as "are sick." Are sick? Question mark. Are sick. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Are sick. Okay, so that dropped, what, 14 minutes ago? They waited for us to go live, didn't they? Cheeky monkeys. Is this... I've already written this on my other one. Is this Barry Windham? Question mark. Apparently, this translates to "are sick." Surely an indicator to tomorrow's interview. Those are my first thoughts. Let's put this in a folder. Hopefully I can do that now. So, Kyle, shout out to you, my friend. Let's go. Wyatt 6. So I like that. I like that. It's clearer, isn't it? Let's go back over here. I did just see someone had worked that out. Here. A bit long, that one, to be honest. Is there a shorter one? That one's shorter. That gets it all in. Go with that one. Lovely. Lovely. Sick. Okay. I thought, right, Mr. Meme says, I thought that Money in the Bank was the weakest show of the year. I feel like if Vince was still in charge, people would have been much harsher. Yeah, I think that, I think it was a mixed bag. There was a comment that came in that was about it being boring and about the fact that it was, like a boring show. I don't think it was a boring show. I think that there was plenty to talk about. I mean, for example, a boring show for me would be after I finish the stream, could I find things to talk about? Can I find talking points? Can I find things that I want to pull out of the stream that I want to share with people? If the answer to that is no, because the matches were pretty flat, there was a few moments, nothing exceptional, then I would agree that it was boring. But actually, there was loads of things I was like, oh yeah, that bit, oh God, of course. You know, Drew winning Money in the Bank, Drew cashing in Money in the Bank, the kind of the 3 counts that was botched, even the botches to me are talking points. It's funny because to other people they would say they are bad moments and they make the show worse, and you might not be wrong, right? You might not be wrong, but to me they're still talking points, and that's really what I'm looking for. You know, we had a laugh with that 3 count thing. We speculated as to how they might save that 3 count thing. Triple H spoke about that 3 count thing after. Said he was very much looking forward to speaking to the ref and asking him what he saw that we didn't see. And it makes me wonder if, like, should the ref have counted the 3? Because I do feel for the ref a little bit, because he is in there and he's counting, and he will know that Drew is meant to be coming down and cashing in a minute, and he will know that CM Punk is going to stop that. So in that moment, he knows, I can't count this 3 because there are things that are about to happen. It isn't just like a normal match where, you know, if you count the 3, it doesn't massively matter. You know, for example, if something goes wrong in Karmen, Petrovic and Arianna Grace taking on Jacy, Jayne and Jazmyn Nix, does it matter? Does it matter? I kind of think like that is stuff which is, you know, fine, whatever. We can work it out. With this one, it had bigger repercussions, didn't it? Like, we said, though, you could have had Drew cash in on Cody and have Punk stop it. Because a failed cash in, it doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't matter if he fails to cash in on Damian or if he fails to cash in on Cody. A failed cash in is a failed cash in. So they could have still found a way around it, but in that moment where you're talking seconds, the ref had a decision to make, didn't he? The ref had a decision to make. They do say to the refs count the 3 though, to keep the integrity of that moment, to keep that integrity in place, and he didn't do that. So technically he went against the grain, he went against the command, he went against the rule, but he did it for a certain reason. The ref, in my opinion, is wrong, right? We criticized Aubrey Edwards. There's a famous moment where Jade was in a run, right, where she was like, I don't know, 34-0, She gets planted, I think, by Chris Statlander, and Aubrey comes in and she goes 1, 2, and she doesn't count the 3, and Jade did not kick out. But again, Aubrey was in that situation of, if I count this 3, that's the end of her unbeaten run. Like, she is now beaten, and I know we're trying to build her up and we're trying to keep her unbeaten. Aubrey got a lot of grief for that, and I've got to say rightfully so, right? So if Aubrey's going to get grief for it, the WWE ref has to get grief for it. I don't care if the music was meant to interrupt. I don't care if Damien had a stinger and in that moment he couldn't kick out. I don't care. The referees are told you count the 3 to keep the integrity. So for me, the ref botched it, right? The ref botched it. The refs, as long as he was told that, as long as that rule has not changed, right? If the rule has changed, then fair play, right? But the rule is pretty clear. Keep the integrity of the company and of the match. You keep that in place by counting the 3. If the shoulders are down, it's down to the wrestler to kick out. If in that moment Damien doesn't kick out, I'm sure Triple H will be livid. He'll be livid at a lot of different people, but you did what you were told to do. You kept the integrity of the match. So for me, the heat is on the ref now. So to me, it's a bad moment, but it's such a big talking point where we can get our teeth into it. That's what I do look for in pay-per-views. So that doesn't massively bring my score down. What brings my score down much more is Drew throwing the cash-in away. That brings my score down of the show down a hell of a lot more, because you did that on purpose. You did that on purpose. You didn't have to do that, but you actually booked that. You chose to do that. We could have had Drew climb the ladder and Punk tip the ladder over, costing Drew. Drew would have been just as livid with CM Punk in that moment, right? He would have been just as livid because he still cost him. But then moments later, Andrade could have climbed up and got the briefcase. We could have had 8 months of Andrade with that briefcase, building him up, getting him into conversations, getting wrestling fans talking about Andrade, having a little side eye on Andrade, wondering if Andrade's going to cash in at SummerSlam. Is he going to cash in at Survivor Series? Is he going to cash in at the Royal Rumble? Is he going to cash it? It just keeps these mid-carders in the conversation. Someone like Andrade that's not really getting spoken about. Someone like Andrade who's not getting much opportunity. Someone like Andrade that really would have benefited by getting that briefcase. Even if the result is he fails his cash-in, there is value. There is real value in carrying that briefcase for 6 months and then failing a cash-in. You might think there's no value to that. You haven't achieved anything. Well, you're looking at it wrong. Think of all the conversations that he will have been a part of. Think of all the prediction videos that he would have been a part of that he wouldn't normally be a part of because he's not even on the show. But he'll be mentioned in these videos because he is an option. It could happen. He could cash in. He could leave as champion. You know, it could be Damien versus Gunther, but don't forget, Andrade's got Money in the Bank. You know, it's Damien versus Gunther, but maybe Andrade leaves as champion. It keeps him in the conversation. It gets him spoken about. There is such value to that Money in the Bank briefcase that we have just unnecessarily thrown away. That brings my score down for last night, right? It really does. It was my nightmare scenario was Drew winning. That was my nightmare scenario. So the fact that we ended up going that way was, you know, I saw a lot of people going, oh, it was predictable and all of this. I didn't think it was predictable because I didn't think they'd do something that stupid. I didn't think that they would do something that stupid. I really didn't think they would throw away such a golden opportunity. Like, it's a little bit, it reminds me a bit of when Shane put himself in the Best of the World Cup tournament. We did this big tournament. We coincided it with the World Cup, right? We've never done it before or since. But it was the World Cup for wrestling. And the final, I think Miz got to the final. He got injured. And so Shane McMahon just put himself in, ended up winning it. Shane McMahon, who wasn't even in the tournament, wasn't even in the tournament, ended up winning it after he just put himself into the final. We watched the whole tournament, and it ended up with Shane just inserting himself and winning it. And for me, that was an opportunity. That tournament was an opportunity to get some spotlight on someone. Not as big an opportunity as Money in the Bank, but an opportunity. And it was thrown away, right? And people were down on it. For me, Drew doing what he did, or WWE having Drew do what he did, was disappointing. I didn't predict it because I just didn't think they'd do it. I didn't think they'd be that stupid. So I agree. I think for me, I don't understand why we went that way. There have been some people that have got in touch with me, though, that said, I'm really glad the Money in the Bank's done. It seems like there's a little bit of, and I didn't know this was news to me, but it seems like there's pockets of people out there that are really bored with Money in the Bank, and they don't actually like it, and they don't like cashing in and all of that stuff, which is news to me. I didn't know that people felt this way, but there's a lot of people going, I really don't mind Drew winning, because at least that's the Money in the Bank done for this year, which sort of honestly blew my mind, that people were like, that it's done, that we don't need to, like, it's a chore, like, oh, I'm pleased it's out the way. I was like, what? I don't understand. I don't get it. I thought we all liked Money in the Bank. I thought we all enjoyed the cash-ins. I thought we all liked talking about, could it be this person? Could they cash it in here? I've never sensed that before until last night. But last night in the opinion videos and in a few things I got sent, people were saying, I'm pleased it's done. Not everyone. I would say it was the minority, but I was still surprised that there was that minority. So I have to go back to what I said at the start, which is there's lots of different opinions on this, right? There are lots of different opinions. This is one that has really divided people. So what I would say is, if we're going to talk about this throughout the night, if you're going to hear something that's going to upset you, don't worry about it, because there are lots of different opinions on this one. There's people that really enjoyed the show. There's people that really hated the show. I fall in the middle, to be honest. I think it had talking points. Some of them, like the 3 count, didn't massively ruin the show for me or derail it. I think it's a talking point. I'm interested to see what they do with it. I think they could find a way of explaining it on Monday, and so I'm interested to see, what comes of that. If nothing comes of it, then that will be very disappointing. I think you have to face this head on. Something big has happened, that has trended, that has been shared, that people are joking about, that makes your company look a bit silly. So please address it. Please do something with it. And I'm interested to see if they do that on Monday. Seth certainly should say that he's cheated. Seth can't ignore it, for example. So I'm interested. So on that, I'm interested to see what they do. The Drew situation, that's done. We know what's happened there. It's failed this cash-in. Some people were saying, what if Drew gets it and then defends it against CM Punk at SummerSlam, and Punk ends up winning it, and then Punk gets the briefcase? And I was like, well, that's better, that's better. CM Punk, I don't know when he's going to get a title opportunity. I'm sure he will. I don't think he really needs it, but him winning the briefcase from Drew and then maybe cashing in on Gunther, won't be, that's probably the best of a bad situation for me. But, all of that's gone now. All of that's gone. Unless they come out on Monday and say, because of the 3 counts, everything that happened after was void. Seth Rollins was the new champion. As a result, the match should not have continued after that point, and it's being overruled. But I just don't see them doing that. It's referee's decision is final, isn't it? So I can't see them overruling what the referee said. So yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with it. I think that there was quite a lot of moves that are a bit off. To me, though, those moves that were a bit off, those botches that people are like, oh, there was all these botches, they made the match more brutal, in my opinion. Like, you could tell that they were botched, but some of the botches, they weren't botches that looked silly. They were botches that made you go, oh my God, that's horrific, which to me added to the match. The sort of botches, and there's botches, you know, if it's a botch where you're trying to do a move and you're getting caught, and like, do you remember Lyra on the ropes? She kind of goes over onto the ropes. She ends up getting tangled a bit in the ropes. That to me was a botch that kind of took away from the match because it stalled the momentum. It didn't look good. She looked stuck. And to me, that was a moment that kind of took away from the match because it just sort of ruined the flow a little bit. It happens, right? It happens. That botch to me is a different sort of botch to, say, the one that Zoe did. Zoe going over the top, kind of smacking her head. Like, that botch to me resulted in me going, oh my God, that's horrific. That is brutal, right? It didn't stop the flow of the match. It didn't take me out of the match. That's a botch that actually had me going, oh my God, that's horrific. This match is brutal. It added to the brutality of the match. I'm not trying to spin a botch as a good thing. I'm just trying to explain that to me, there's different kinds of botches. You don't want to see anyone getting hurt, injured, their careers being ended, right? You don't want to see that. But literally moments later, you can see her moving and she's fine, right? Like, you can carry on with, you know, the match, whatever. Maybe it would be different if she did that and then medics came over and all of a sudden we've got this massive developing story. We've got this massive distraction. But that's not what happened. What happened was she did that move, botched that move, but then got up and, you know, the match continued. So to me, it was a, oh my God-like moment. But very quickly, we're carrying on. That is a very different botch to the one of Lyra getting tangled up in the ropes and us kind of going, what's she doing? What's going on? Or a very different botch to Tonga Loa going for a low blow and completely missing, right? Completely punched him in the anus, right? You're not going to hurt someone by punching him in the anus, right? Well, at least I don't think so. That is a botch where you go, what the flip's going on here, right? Those are very different botches. Like, not every botch is the same. So, you know, for example, some botches can result in people's careers being over, whereas some botches can result in one of the funniest moments in the history of WWE, like Titus World Slide. Titus World Slide's one of the funniest moments. They love playing that clip, but that is a very different botch to the one that Big E suffered at the hands of, say, Ridge Holland, right? Those are both botches. Neither were meant to go the way they went, but the outcomes and your enjoyment of them are very, very different. So not every botch is the same. And so there was a lot of botches, but to me, not every botch kind of ruined the show. Not every botch kind of derailed things. But it was loose and it was scrappy and it needed to be tighter, but I mean, I think you've got a lot of people that are having their first ladder matches. You've got a lot of people that are kind of, ladder matches in particular bring out botches. I mean, there's just so many moving parts, so many moving people, ladders being spun around, ladders being set up, ladders balancing on ropes, balancing on ladders. It's not a normal wrestling environment. And even though we do get the odd ladder match down in NXT, they're few and far between. So people's experiences of ladder matches are a lot less than obviously a normal match or a tag match or something. So this is a show where you can see a bit of an increase in botches. So I don't know, to me, like, some people were really down on all of the botches. Some people thought that some of them added to the show or didn't distract too much or didn't affect their enjoyment. I think it was a mixed bag. Some of them I thought were a bit out of place. Some of them didn't affect my enjoyment of the show. The cash-in bothered me a lot more. I feel like it's a wasted opportunity. I like Tiffany winning. I would have liked the Wyatt 6. That didn't affect my score. I would have liked them, but it didn't affect my score. But then we didn't get Jimmy either, and that was a bit of a shame. We did get CM Punk, but I think we all would have preferred AJ Lee. But, you know, it's one of those, isn't it? We got the show. We got a few little talking points. I think for me, it shakes out in the middle. But it's really interesting how, you know, so many different opinions on this show. So many different opinions. I did that opinions video and I went through a period where people were so down on it. And then I hit a few good comments. And then I went through a period where people were really down on it. I did something that I don't normally do. I went and Googled Money in the Bank review, right? And I think 411 Mania, who I have looked at their reviews before, but I don't look at them all the time. I actually clicked on their review to see what they scored it out of 10, because I was so interested in what did an outlet that normally scores shows, what did they score it? They gave it an 8. They gave it an 8. But I do find their scores a bit weird, because they said 8 out of 10, and the first line was, first line of the review, right? First line. It wasn't great. And you go, well, why have you given it an 8 then? 8 to me is great. What score's a great score then? When do we get to the great? Like, out of 10, at what point do we get to the great part? Like, where's the great part then? How can you give something an 8 and go, well, it wasn't great? Well, don't give it an 8 then. Don't give it an 8. So I was quite surprised when they gave it an 8, and then I was even more surprised when I read the first line, and I was like, this just really sums up this show. It really sums it up. I think this is a show that had everyone's head just like, oh my god, I need to just lie in a dark room and just I need to think about what I've just seen. I need to try and process everything that I've just seen. So the one thing I can't say about the show was that it was boring, because I feel like I can sit here for 3 hours and talk about it, and if it was a boring show, that just would not be the case. Well, it probably would, actually, knowing me, but yeah, lots of talking points, and I'm sure we'll touch on them throughout the evening. The Ring General said, it looks like Blackjack Mulligan to me. Maybe Barry. Yeah, I could see it being I could see that. I could see that being a family member. I mean, it's great that they've put it out there. What I do find with these tweets, if you are just joining us, Wyatt 6 tweeting about 30 odd minutes ago, they're not the deepest. It's not Nightbird. It's not, oh my god, let's rip this apart, you know? Even when we saw the numbers, it was like, I'm pretty sure this is going to be, it's going to lead us to a phrase that's probably going to feature in the vignettes, right? And apparently it translates to "are sick," which, I mean, I don't know quite what that means, to be honest. "Are sick," it doesn't even feel like a sentence. Like, they've missed part of the code. Like, "you are sick" would have made a lot more sense. Or Alexa are sick, or "we are sick." Maybe "we are sick," "you are sick." Feels like there's a word missing, but maybe that's done on purpose. But, yeah, and a picture, which, as I said, I get like Barry Winter, but maybe, as you said, Blackjack Mulligan vibes. The Ring General. It's going to be good for you, innit, as we build towards SummerSlam. Ninja XOX said, do we think John Cena's retirement is a work? No, absolutely no. I think that he has spoken for a bit about retiring. I think that he only wrestles once or twice a year. I think that they've looked at next year and gone, well, we can keep just doing this for, like, you know, you having a match once or twice a year. I think, wasn't it the other year he hadn't wrestled? And on the very last show of the year, the last SmackDown of the year, they did him and Kevin Owens against Roman and Solo, so that he did have a match that year. So his contributions are minimal now when it comes to, certainly in ring, it's once or twice a year. So I think they've looked at it and gone, well, we can keep doing this once or twice a year, or do we wrap this up? Do we put a big bow on this chapter of your life? Do we... Because, look, wrestling loves doing this. Wrestling loves doing this big final match. We did the Shield's last stand. We did Ric Flair's farewell at, like, WrestleMania 24. Like, you can really get behind someone's last match because it's very marketable. Just like how next year it's going to be all John Cena now. All John Cena. John Cena commemoration packs, or like where we look back on his. I could see Mattel releasing like a 6-pack of John Cena figures from each, like, prototype, then into like Ruthless Aggression, then going into like the PG era, maybe like all the different colored shirts and whatever. I can see that happening. I can see all the old shirts being re-released. I can see WrestleMania being billed as Cena's Last Mania. I can see loads of commemorative plaques and flipping God knows what's going to come out, but everything's going to be Cena next year. And it's just going to be this year-long farewell. It's this big 30, 40 date farewell tour, He's already confirmed he's at the Rumble Elimination Chamber, so we know he's at Elimination Chamber. I don't know if that means that he's not winning the Rumble. Does that mean that he's going to be in the Rumble, not win it, and then go in the Elimination Chamber to try and get to WrestleMania, even though we know he's going to be at WrestleMania? But will he be in a title match at WrestleMania, right? Will he actually be going for a belt at WrestleMania? So, I think there's a lot to talk about there in regards to who should he face at Mania, how do you book him, when does he wrap it up? How do we wrap it up? Where do we wrap it up? Who's his last opponent? Like, digging into talk to me about Cena's last year in 2025. I feel like there is so much to dig into there. I feel like there's so much for us to get our teeth into there that I am really interested in doing an opinions video on that. The only problem is, I don't like doing too many opinion videos because I feel like I'm already asking for like half an hour of your time to watch an opinions video. And so if I put another one up, then I'm asking for an hour of your time, or I'm asking for 2 hours, whatever it might be. So I know that I can't put up loads of videos each day. I can really do one a day, really. I'm trying to not just flood videos out for the sake of it. Otherwise, we could do 2-3 opinion videos every day, but, I mean, if each one's going to get, like, 500 views, there's not really much point, is it? It's better to just put one out and have people all watch and enjoy that, rather than put out several, and, people are just all split and, whatever. So, I do want to do the Cena one, but it's going to have to wait, because tomorrow on the second channel, we're going to be reviewing this. Then on Tuesday, we're going to be reviewing Raw. Wednesday, I think, is the first time we can actually get our teeth into talking about John Cena. And actually, I finished Money in the Bank last night, and I was like, I haven't got an unseen video lined up because I didn't get a chance to kind of go through everything. So I don't have an unseen video. But what is that big talking point that I want to kind of talk about? And it was Cena. It's massive. I mean, it's not a work. I don't believe it's work. I don't believe we're going to get to the end of 2025 and he's like, only joking. I'm sticking around, actually, right? Not for 1 second do I think that's the case. I think this is legit. I think it's 100%. I think next year's his last year. I think that if you want to watch him, they are telling you right now, buy a ticket, go to a show, go and see him one last time. He'll still appear after that, but he will be not wrestling. He will be not competing, right? He will be done. So if you want to see him one last time actually in the ring competing, buy your tickets. And they're giving you months and months and months in advance. So no, not a single part of me thinks that's fake. Not a single part of me thinks that's a swerve or anything like that. I think that they have told you this is his last year. So next year is going to be huge. It's going to be lots of Cena stuff. Chappie said, I wish we could get Cena versus Edge one more time, but I don't really see that happening. Channel 2, David Bryant said, Lola Vice NXT Women's Champion. K-Pop Lover said, Ric Flair versus Cena. Brony says, I would have Randy dethrone Cody either late this year or early next year, have Cena win the Rumble or Elimination Chamber, and it's Randy versus Cena at WrestleMania 41 for the title, and Cena gets his 17th title. Norman says, Daze, I was thinking, what if Tiffany comes out during the NXT Women's Championship match tonight? I don't know why she would do that. I know that she's got the Money in the Bank briefcase, but cashing in on NXT just makes no sense because it's a developmental brand. I mean, like, I know that we try to present it at times like a third brand, but it's a developmental brand, isn't it? Let's all be honest. So if you've got a Money in the Bank briefcase and you do anything else with it apart from cash it in on either the SmackDown or the Raw women's titles, right? I know they're not called that now, but you get my point. The belts that are on those shows. If you do anything else with it, I think you're an idiot, right? You're an idiot. And I don't really want to be supporting idiots. So, I mean, Tiffany is someone that could, you know, she's someone that I don't know. She's in a weird place because she's a heel, but she is enjoying a lot of support, right? I think if she cashes in on the NXT title, surely people would be thinking along those lines of what a waste. That was your ticket to become a women's world champion, and you've just gone and cashed it in on a belt that's the main belt in developmental, and you have a belt that you've had already. Like, you've already got your name next to that. That if you've been NXT champion, that is not, and this is the important thing, that is not classed as a world championship. I feel like in wrestling, we make a big deal out of how many times has someone been a world champion, right? I feel like we make a big deal out of that. Like, we look at it and we wonder, can Cena beat Ric Flair and become a 17-time world champ? I think that's on the tables for next year. We talk about Randy trying to become like a world champion, and I think, is he on 14? We're trying to get him like up into that 15, 16. Maybe he will go on to be the outright record holder, right? So we're looking at Randy for that. We're looking at like Charlotte and like the amount of world title reigns that she has had. You know, look at Cody trying to finish his story. You know, no Rhodes has ever been a world champion in WWE. Well, he wasn't sniffing around NXT trying to win their belt, was he? He wasn't going to finish his story by being the NXT champion. So to me, like, and that's because the NXT belts, none of them are recognized as world championships. Now, if we made that change and NXT was a legitimate third brand, and in order to be a legitimate third brand, your belts would have to be recognized as world championships. If we made that change, completely different conversation. I could then totally understand why Tiffany would want to do that, because for me, adding world championships to your resume is part and parcel of what this is all about. You want to be the top person, you want to be the top girl or the top guy, and the is by being world champion. That's how you achieve that. You don't achieve it by getting an NXT title. So for me, this is not the way to go. I know it's happened before, and I've been critical of it before, right? I know we've gone down these roads, but I've criticized these roads, and I will continue to criticize these roads, because to me, it just doesn't make any sense as to why you would want to throw away this opportunity. God, we've already thrown one away. We haven't even got a men's Money in the Bank. Can we just enjoy the women's one? Please don't have Tiffany cash in on NXT. Oh my God, I really will question my sanity if we start doing that now. If we've had Drew fail his cash in and then we have Tiffany cash in on NXT, I am going to wonder what's happening with the world. I am going to wonder what they're smoking at WWE headquarters, because it'll honestly, I won't recover. Brony said, I'm still upset they wasted the briefcase on the Drew Punk feud, but they probably looked at it and said, why not? Gunther, Cody are going to have long title reigns, but it is still a dumb decision. I think, yeah, I mean, I understand that point, but obviously I'm going to argue it or disagree with it, because as I said earlier, there is real value. And I think if they are looking at it that way, then I'd love to sit down and have a chat with them, because there is real value in having someone like Andrade or LA Knight or Jey Uso or Carmelo Hayes carry that briefcase and then fail. it's funny how like a lot of people look at Money in the Bank and it's all or nothing. Yeah, you win it and you either successfully cash it in, or we wasted it and we threw it away, right? But that's just not true. As I said earlier, like in this world of social media where there are so many opinions and there are so many conversations and there are so many streams and there are so many prediction videos and review videos and fantasy booking videos and all this kind of stuff, you are being spoken about is so important. Being part of the conversation is so important, and you can guarantee someone is part of the conversation by giving them that briefcase. You give that briefcase to Andrade and you say to him, you're going to cash it in after WrestleMania next year. You are going to fail though, right? We don't have a plan to put the world title on you at this point, so whatever we're going to do over the next 7-8 months, or however long that would be, 10 months, right? We need to make that count. We need to build you up. We need to use this time to make you credible. We need to use this time where you're going to be spoken about, and we're going to use this time to elevate you from where you are to a higher level. Even though you're not going to succeed in cashing in ultimately, the journey that we're going to take you on from taking you from here to here is still going to be worth it. And there is real value in carrying that case for a while. Real value. And we just threw that away. We just completely threw that away. So I just, even if it results in a failed cash-in, as long as Andrade didn't win it and then fail on the same show, because that does nothing for him, right? Winning it and failing it on the same show, it doesn't do anything. But if he had won it and carried it for 10 months, he would have been part of everyone's prediction videos. He would have been spoken about during live streams. Here we go. Do you think Andrade cashes in? Right? It would have been spoken about. It would have been on the agenda, in the conversation, and we threw that away. And WWE know this. They know this. They are not idiots. They know more than flipping all of us put together. So they know this, and they still chose to go that way. I can't explain why. The only thing I can think is they wanted to find a way of having CM Punk screw Drew and Seth at the same time. That's the only thing I can think. Because by Drew cashing in and by CM Punk getting involved, he ended up screwing Drew and Seth at the same point. It brings Seth back into this feud. It brings Seth back into this conversation. Now, I did make the point that I think I could do that a different way. I feel like I could find a way of him inadvertently screwing Seth at a different point. I don't think we had to sacrifice the Money in the Bank to still achieve that. But that's the only thing I can think, is that this way is the way that you screw both of them over at the same time. So in my head, that's why they did it. But yeah, not a fan. James said, I can't wait for the women's US and IC titles. That was mentioned, wasn't it? I was doing the rounds. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where that came from. I don't know what source. I didn't manage to establish if that's come from like a really good, reliable source. I don't know. I saw the AI images that someone had made doing the rounds. If it's come from a good place, then cool. I think we should have them. And I think there's enough women. Is there enough women for 2? Or should it be just one that kind of floats between both shows, like the tag belts? I don't know. Is there enough women for like mid-card and main belts on both brands? I don't know. I would do it. I definitely... Listen, the women... If you build it, they will come, right? So give them the belts and then, you know, grow the roster. But there's only so much TV time. And I do worry about the whole everyone's got a belt conversation, you know? It's, you know, if you think that there's going to be 2 men's world titles, 2 women's world titles, 2 men's mid-card belts, 2 women's mid-card belts, 2 men's tag team belts, women's tag team belts, that's 11. That's 11 different titles across 2 shows. And there might even be more. There's a speed belt. There's 12. So, and that's not including NXT, of course. So that's, that's 11. We won't count speed because they don't show it on the shows. But that's 11 titles across 2 shows. Is that too many belts? It is an argument people have with AEW. So I'm for it because I do think the women should be treated the same as the guys. So I am for it. But there are a few concerns as well. And that is the whole too many belts conversation. And the women's division is nowhere near as big as the men's. It's nowhere near as big as the men's. So is it right that they have the same number of belts if they haven't got as many people on the main roster? I mean, obviously the answer would be we'll get more people on the main roster then. That would be the quick fix, wouldn't it? Introduce more women to the main roster. But then you look at TV time and you start going, well, does that work? Have we got enough TV time to have all these people on? So, yeah, it is interesting. Okay, we should be getting underway with this NXT Heatwave very soon, the countdown kickoff show. Right, let's plug in this. Simulation said this might be a flashback. Do you remember the Hirohito vignette that made Suzuki back? Didn't you ask this yesterday? But was Nick's because of 2 thoughts on if it would have worked? I've got a question, Simulation. Why are you so interested in such random old stuff when we're about to watch either Money in the Bank or Heatwave, or we're talking about Wyatt 6, or we're talking about John Cena's farewell tour? Like, why are you so interested in such obscure, like, what year did you say that was? 2004? Why do you feel like that's a conversation that people would want to have now? Or why is that a conversation you want to have now? I'm interested. I Am Famous says, do we think Fallon will get involved with the kickoff tag team match? Do I think Fallon will get involved in the kickoff tag team match? Maybe. She was watching, was she not? So, maybe. Hang on, I've got a bit of a problem here. Little bit of a problem, little bit of a drama. Dave's honest opinion, do we think that Cena will get to 17? And if he does, what belt will he go for? Cody's belt or Damian's belt? Do I think he'll get to 17? I do, actually. I do think he'll get to 17. I think that I think he deserves it. I know that Ric Flair is regarded as the GOAT, if you will. Maybe not by everybody. But I do think that he'll reach that milestone. And I think he deserves to reach that milestone. I really like John Cena, and I think what he's done for the industry is huge. I mean, you've got to remember that Ric Flair, what he did for the industry was, included NWA. I mean, he is a wrestling giant. He like with WCW and NWA, he's wrestling personified, right? But when it comes to WWE, I don't think it's unfair to suggest that John Cena made a bigger impact. I actually think that Ric Flair's impact is felt more away from WWE. So for WWE to be in the position where they can bestow this honor onto somebody, I feel like John Cena is probably, I don't know if I can say he's the person that deserves it the most, but I definitely feel like he is the person that is in the best position to get it. I can't say that Cena deserves it more than, say, The Undertaker or something like that, deserves that honor more than him. But, Cena's in the position where he's only one away to capitalize and actually become that person. John Cena needs the IC title, said it's Bryn again. He's John Cena. He is not a Grand Slam champion. Oh, do you think that's an important thing? Do you think being a Grand Slam champion actually matters? I don't know that being a Grand Slam champion is a thing. I don't know that it matters. Megan just said the NXT landscape's going to change tonight. Did she? I'm having such horrible... I've got such problems. I'm really struggling to get my network working at the moment. I'm going to have to see if I can connect to my phone, which is causing me some dramas. I've got some dramas. Let's see if I can connect to it this way. At the moment, I've just got your connection was interrupted. We cannot connect at this time. But yeah, we are inside the CGI studio. We know there is going to be a match that's going to be taking place on this show. And there we go. That's what I wanted. Suspended Punk Drew is an innocent bystander. That poor man has been wronged. Oh, I don't know that he's an innocent bystander. Did you see what happened after? He was ranting. So after Money in the Bank ended, he went over to the kickoff panel. He was ranting and raving, and he ended up elbowing Adam Pearce in the head. So Adam Pearce came over to like drag him away because he was like going down the camera. He ended up getting elbowed. So for that reason alone, I think that the suspension is warranted. There we go. Got it working. Edwards, shout out to you. Where's Simulation gone? I was interested in that answer. Why is Simulation not interested in talking about the current stuff, but going back to obscure 2004 things? That was a genuine question. Big Time said NXT on Tuesday did their lowest number in over a year this past Tuesday, which was 542, and it was down from 661, which was down from 724. This PLE hopefully will wake people up because interest is down. Is there any TNA events tonight? Don't know. Don't know. Hendry could appear maybe with Jordan or Juliet. Well, that's true. You can't rule out TNA talent appearing because we did have Charlie Dempsey go over, so there is a chance we get some TNA people. It's Bryn again said Cena needs that IC title. The NXT Women's North American title has been around for about a month. It's not like the stuff Kelani is having interesting stories and feuds. Yeah, but a month. We haven't done anything in a month, have we? I think her match with Sol Ruca is going to bang. Kelani against Sol Ruca. I mean, that's just a great match. And I think what that mid-card belt allows you to do is it allows you to put a match on of that caliber with very little build, really. You know, they're both faces. You might not want to turn one of them heel, but because there's a championship on the line, you can have that respect, may the best woman win type match. And these two can go out there and just bang. So the belt is a vehicle to getting you those kinds of matches onto these kinds of shows, which I'm all for. I'm all for. Simulation said it's because the questions are simulated. It's actually because stimulated. It's because I love the history of wrestling, said Simulation. Well, that's fine. I would just say it's a little strange to like want to talk about such obscure wrestling things. I think that certainly when there's so much happening now in wrestling as well, it feels like you're swimming against the tide, really. I don't know how many people would be interested in those kinds of conversations on these streams. So, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I can understand that you're interested in the history of wrestling. I'm interested in the history of wrestling, but I think with so much that's going on in the current world, I think we're very focused on that. Like, what's next tends to be the big question that we focus on. What's next? Corey said, I heard a rumor today, Daze, that if the right opportunity comes up, Wade Barrett would be willing to do a match. He would have some bad news for someone. Delwyn, shout out to you. Delwyn says, Damian had a stinger injury match. Drew promised that he would win and then cash in, and he had to follow through. People are frustrated, but just enjoy this amazing feud that WWE is giving us. People aren't paying attention. Well, I have to slightly disagree there, because I am someone that's frustrated with the Drew cash-in. I don't think it's about not paying attention. I think it's about they didn't need to go that way. That's not the direction they had to book. I understand that Drew said if he wins, he will cash in on the same night. I get that, which is why I was so disappointed when he won, because I knew that that meant he was going to be cashing in and it was likely going to get foiled by CM Punk. I mean, what we ended up getting was super predictable and actually denied a mid-carder from being in the conversation, like we've said many times already. So I don't think it's about not paying attention. I think it's about they had an option of what to book, and they went a direction that we just didn't want them to go. I just didn't want them to go in that direction, because we knew what the result was going to be. Like, literally, we knew what the result was going to be. You could see it coming a million miles away. I didn't think that they would go down such a predictable road. I also didn't think that the Drew Punk feud needed that either. Like, it's hot. I mean, Drew got embarrassed in front of his friends, his family, his fellow countrymen in Scotland. I mean, and then he beat up CM Punk in front of his friends, his family, his fellow countrymen in Chicago. This thing was hot. Like, it didn't need to sacrifice the Money in the Bank briefcase. It's so disappointing we've thrown that away just to put more fuel on a fire that was already raging. This fire was burning. It was a bonfire. We were putting on protective glasses. It was so hot. I just didn't need it. Just didn't need it. So, and Damian having a stinger in the match, that doesn't make any difference as to why the ref didn't count the 3. If the refs are told to count a 3, 1, 2, 3, just because one of the wrestlers has got like a stinger, that shouldn't change the fact that that was a 3. That doesn't excuse the fact that the ref should count the 3. The integrity of WWE is very important. Like, if all of a sudden we're going to not have refs counting 3s when they're quite clearly 3s, that's a very slippery slope, because people will start going, what's the point? What's the point? There's no way that, like, Seth can win. He just won that match. That was a 3. Seth won. Seth should be livid. So to turn around and go, yeah, they didn't do it because one of the wrestlers had a stinger, kind of go, well, that doesn't excuse it. Surely that doesn't excuse it. Refs are told, count the 3, keep the integrity of the company. The ref botched. I don't care if the ref had counted the 3, you can't blame the ref, right? It's not the ref's fault. At that point, it's you know, Damian didn't kick out. And he had a stinger, and it's one of those things. You've got to deal with it now, right? That's your problem to solve, Triple H, right? It's your problem to solve. You can't blame the ref. He's told to count the 3. But you can blame the ref if he goes 1, 2, and then won't count the 3. Will not count the 3 when nothing has changed. Because kids watching at home and people watching at home, everyone is right now to ask a question. Why didn't he count the 3? Why didn't he count the 3? Right? And I kind of feel like WWE need to provide that answer now. And some people were saying, what if we go down the road of like Finn Balor paid off the ref? What about if Finn said, okay, I can't get involved, so I paid the ref some money? You're welcome, right? Go down that road. That would be fine. That would be fine. I would have no problem with that if we use it as part of the storyline and it turns out Finn Balor paid the ref and that's why the ref didn't count the 3. But you know that's not what's happened. You know that that's not the story they're telling. They might go down that road now to try and save this situation, but that ain't the story they were trying to tell on Saturday night. What happened on Saturday night is Delwyn's correct. Damian apparently had a stinger. As a result, couldn't get like his shoulder up in time, And so the ref had a decision to make, and the ref, in my opinion, made the wrong call. He made the wrong call because it brings into question the integrity of everything that we're doing. I mean, people know that it's not real and they know that it's scripted, but you've still got to present it as if it is a real match, you know? You've still got to present it as if this is a contest. Otherwise, you know, why are we bothering doing it? What's the point in selling? What's the point in selling and all of that? So for me, the ref dropped the ball, man. Ref should have counted the 3. They should have dealt with whatever after. They should have sorted it out. So I have to disagree with those points, buds. But I find it very interesting, genuinely very interesting to hear all these different perspectives, because it does make me just question, like, am I right to think the way that I think? Has the business... Sometimes you think certain ways, and then people go, oh, you're such a boomer. That's, you know, you're stuck in the past, and you go, is that me being stuck in the past? You know, am I stuck in the past? Is that an old way of thinking? Is there a new way of thinking? Should I be moving with the times? Where are the times now? What is the right thing to do? I mean, in my mind, the ref should have counted the 3. But I could understand... I don't know, maybe then you start getting down some dangerous roads where you get WWE fans just standing up for WWE for the sake of it. We ain't doing that. I'm a massive WWE fan, right? I have been since the early 90s. Love the company. I'll always love the company. But part of loving the company is calling stuff out when it's wrong and not being afraid of that. I ain't going to have any flipping AEW fans coming in here telling me that I've got double standards. I ain't having any AEW fans coming in here going, oh, you went off on Aubrey when she didn't count the 3 on Jade, but what, it's all right when the WWE ref doesn't do it. We ain't playing that game. Wrong is wrong, right is right, and the ref should have counted the 3. That's my opinion. But an excellent comment, Delwyn, because it allowed us to kind of dig into a couple of things there and kind of get some stuff down on records. And as we said, you know, people will probably be feeling slightly different ways about it. Some people will be like, no problem, didn't matter. Some people might be thinking the Drew thing didn't matter, doesn't matter. Didn't care about the others anyway, so I'm not bothered about, like, Drew. And as I said, I was very surprised at the amount of people that are just done with Money in the Bank and just don't seem to care about Money in the Bank. There's loads of people that are like, I'm glad it's out the way, which really took me by surprise. I'm glad it's out the way. E. Wilkie said, Daze, he didn't count to 3 because it wasn't the ending of the match. The ending of the match was supposed to be Damien winning. Oh my god, this is gonna be difficult, innit? Accidents happen, things happen. Damien's only human. Okay, how do I don't know how I explain this. I don't know how to explain this. I feel like I feel like I'm not explaining myself very well. I know that's not the ending of the match, and I know the referee has got a decision to make, right? So the referee in that moment, he's got a decision to make. He knows that Drew's meant to come down, and he knows that Punk's meant to come down, but the problem that he's in is that the wrestler has not kicked out, right? It can never be acceptable, though, for a referee, even if he knows that's not how the match ends, it can never be acceptable for a ref to go 1, 2, I'm not going to count the 3, because it's going to ruin what's about to happen. Because everyone watching at home, everyone in the building that doesn't know what's coming next, rightfully are going to look at that and go, what's happened? That was a 3? Why has he just screwed? We were rooting for Seth. Seth's our guy. We want Seth to win, and the ref has just not counted that 3. Why has he not counted the 3? Right? Because everyone watching doesn't know what's meant to be coming next, right? And I understand that you can say, well, people will find out after, and, you know, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. It's irrelevant. There is now a big question on that referee, right? So are we saying that Seth will never win that match? There's no way that Seth's ever going to win that match. I mean, so then what, you know, what's the point? What's the point in watching it? What's the point in watching it? You've just sent a message that this ref is not going to count Might as well go and get a hot dog now, because that ref is not counting the 3 for Seth. So that means that as the match continues, the message has been sent that Seth's not going to win this match, because that ref ain't ever going to count a 3. So there's no point cheering Seth, because he ain't going to win this match. Like, the whole integrity of the match, the whole integrity of WWE, like, everything is going out of the window. This is why WWE always tell their wrestlers to kick out, obviously, but always tell their refs, count the 3. The refs are told. It doesn't matter if there's a botch. Doesn't matter if we're meant to hit some music and it doesn't hit on time. Count the 3, because it's so important that we don't look stupid. It's so important that we don't have a match just kind of descend into what that flipping match descended into. People are making jokes about that moment. People are scoffing at that moment. AEW fans, I haven't seen, but I'd imagine they're having a flipping field day, because it just looked horrific. It looked so stupid. Triple H even had to answer questions about it on the press conference afterwards. Like, someone asked about, what had happened, and he's like, well, I'm interested in talking to the ref and seeing what the ref saw that none of us saw. So I don't know if Triple H in that moment was implying that the ref is in trouble. I think he should be in trouble, because he made a choice to purposefully not count the 3, and he did it in front of 17,000 people, and how many millions watching around the world? Irrelevant of what was meant to happen. What we actually saw happen is a referee not count a 3. Why did he not count the 3? In storyline wise, why did he not count the 3? Because in storyline wise, he doesn't know that Drew's coming down. He doesn't know that Punk's getting involved in storyline wise, does he? There is no, in my mind, there is no way that we can or should accept that as being like anything other than a botch. It's a botch. It's not the end of the world. It's a botch. But the referee is in the wrong. I can't stand up for the referee on that one. He should have counted the 3. Should have counted the 3. I understand, said E. Wilkie, and I do agree on some parts. I disagree in some parts, but overall, I get you, says E. Wilkie. Well, no, listen, it's a conversation. It's a conversation. It might seem like we're having like an argument or something. We're not. We're having a conversation about it, because this is what we do. We chuck thoughts around and we bring theories and everything. I mean, we're always open and honest. So if someone really feels like the ref not counting the 3 is acceptable, then I'm willing to have that conversation with people. I mean, if someone can really put an argument forward as to why that was an acceptable thing to do, I'm willing to have the conversation. I'm willing to talk to people about it. I feel very confident in my position on it. And it's not about arguing. It's about digging into something that I think a lot of people would be interested in. So none of this stuff that we do is like, I don't know. It can be difficult when you do these live streams, because I love talking about wrestling and you guys love talking about wrestling. And if we have things that we disagree on, I think social media is weird, where if you disagree on something, it can end up in these big wars and these big arguments and these big fallouts and these big dramas. But we all know each other well enough here to know that that's not going to happen. Like, if we disagree on stuff, we're going to have a conversation about it, which is what we're doing. I mean, I am trying to vocalize how I feel about it and why I see it as being wrong. Just like how, you lot will vocalize how you see it as being correct. But it'd be a very sad day if we can't have those kind of disagreements and those kinds of conversations, because people are worried their feelings are going to get hurt or whatever, because it's not about that. I'm not looking to hurt anyone's feelings. Of course I'm not. We want to have a good time. We want to have fun. But I can't just sit here and go, yeah, you're right, I agree, if I don't agree. Because as we said, we really do put a lot in people being honest. So my honest thoughts are, the ref is completely wrong for not counting that 3, regardless of whether Damien had a stinger, regardless of whether that music was meant to hit and it didn't. The integrity is so important. The ref counts the 3, and then you deal with the fallout after. It's then on Triple H and the creative teams go, right, this is where we are. It's not where we thought we would be, but how do we get to where we need to get to now? This is where we are. Seth's got the belt. Okay, Seth's got the belt, so he's going to go to SummerSlam now. He's going to have to face Gunther, right? Or we do a flipping rematch. We'll do a rematch. We'll do a rematch on Raw. Seth versus Damian Priest. And we'll start the show on Raw, and we'll do a rematch, and we'll get the belt back onto Damian, so Seth can have it for 48 hours. It's not what we had planned. It's not what we want to do, but this is where we are. This is where we are, and if we want to get back on track, we'll have Seth have a 48-hour title reign, or we'll get the belt off him 2 weeks from Monday, and he can have a 15-day title reign, or he goes to SummerSlam and he faces Gunther. Seth versus Gunther would bang. I'd have no problems with that. And then, okay, well, do we pull the trigger on Damian Finn? Maybe a bit earlier than what we thought. Like, this is just part of the game, really. This is, you know, think about when Vince was rewriting all of those scripts and people were having to think on their toes and make changes. Like, sometimes these things are going to happen. Sometimes people will get injured and they're out of the picture, and you've got to rewrite everyone's stories as a result. You know, you've got to just change. Look at Brock. Brock was meant to face Gunther at WrestleMania. Then all of that legal stuff happens, and as a result, he's out the picture, and we end up getting Gunther versus Sammy, and we end up getting Sammy being the Intercontinental Champion when Sammy wasn't even going to be in that match at WrestleMania. So I think that you know, for me, I think the ref should have counted the 3. I think then it was on creative to find a new way forwards. And I think just saying, oh, he couldn't do it because he knew what was going to happen, like, well, that's life, innit? That's life. The integrity of the match was more important, in my opinion. But if you disagree on that, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But it's a conversation that I'm happy to have. It's a conversation that I think people would find interesting. Defcon says, say his name and he appears. Defcon Prime is here. Defcon, shout out to you. Any deviation should be addressed, says Metal Mama, by the top to preserve integrity. Ensuring follow through with accurate counts is essential to upholding the standards and the fairness expected in WWE matches. Travis said, I think the ref should be fined and suspended. Kian says, hope you're well, having a good stream. I would say a very interesting stream. I would say it's a good one. I thought Money in the Bank was okay. I wish we could have Jimmy return. I think he'll be back with Roman at SummerSlam, and I'm sad that Cena is retiring next year. I'm keeping my eye on this thing as well, because obviously we've got a match on the kickoff show, which we haven't been having, but we do have a women's tag match tonight. David said, I think it was a priest botch more than a ref botch. Well, I disagree with that, because the ref has to count the 3, right? And Priest should have kicked out, but the word is that Priest had a stinger, right? So that's kind of where I think part of your body goes a bit numb as a result of the move. So physically, I don't know that he could actually kick out. In that exact moment, you know, I think actually wrestling became very real. I think in that exact moment, a wrestling move actually resulted in a wrestler not being able to kick out at 3, right? Wrestling for a very brief moment became as real as it's ever been, right? That was an actual real life, could not be more real if it tried, 3 count, where Damian Priest was not kicking out. And as we said, the referee, I believe the refs are told that they have to count the 3. I'm not aware that that has changed. Historically, that was always the case. You count the 3. I mean, that will be a very... it's a hard question to ask Triple H, because you're dealing with things that are kayfabe, and you're dealing with, obviously, reality, and you're dealing with kayfabe, you're dealing with story, like you're dealing with the 2 sides of the business. We all know that, like, the ref didn't want to count the 3 because he knew what was going to happen. But equally, the ref shouldn't know what's about to happen. He shouldn't know that Drew's going to cash in. He shouldn't know that, like, CM Punk's going to come in. So the ref in that moment should have one job. He should be an official. He should be impartial. He should be a ref who counts, who's there to do a job, and his job is to count a 3 or listen out for submissions or DQ or, you know, uphold the rules of the match. That's his job. His job is to uphold the rules of the contest. And in that moment, he chose not to. And so, for me, the ref is the one that was wrong in that moment. Even though it's Damian's fault for not kicking out, but it's a bit harsh to blame him because of him being injured. I do think that you can't really pin it on anyone other than the ref. We've got Chase U backstage. They're getting fired up. So they're going to be taking on Nathan Frazer and Axiom. We got about half an hour to go. So, David, shout out to you. E. Wilkie says, you can say that there are times where you have to count to 3, but this wasn't one because they knew that Drew was coming down. Okay, so it seems like this is where we're getting stuck. So how do I word it? How do I get that message across? Or maybe there is no way. I think, how about what I just said? The ref is there to do one job in storyline, in kayfabe, right? You're watching a match. The ref's ability is to count a 3 if he has to count a 3, or count to 10 if someone's on the outsides, or ring for the bell if there's a submission and a referee submits. So in storyline, that's his job, isn't it? That's what he's there to do. So what about in that moment where Damian's down, he does not kick out, and the referee chooses to not count the 3? How is that acceptable? Regardless of what the real reason is, forget the real reason. The real reason's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because in storyline, the match that we're actually watching, the match that 17,000 people are in the arena watching, that's actually happening, and us at home that are watching, we are watching someone's shoulders down, and we are watching a referee count 1, 2. It's a 2. Even when he says it's a 2, Damian still hasn't moved. It's not like he's gone 1, 2, and then, like, not hit it, and then Damian's got his shot, or, like, delayed the 1, 2, and then Damian kicks out. Like, he goes 1, 2... It was a 2, everyone. And Damian hadn't even... I think even when he's doing that, Damian... I don't even know if Damian gets his shoulder up a good 5 seconds after. Like, it is as 3 as a 3 can be. So, I don't see how you can explain that. You can't really go around to the kids in the crowds and go around going, no, it's fine. He's not meant to count at that bit. Like, you can't say that, can you? You can't go around and go, because what's going to happen is Drew's coming down, so he's not allowed to count at that bit. So it's okay, actually. It's okay. It just looks so stupid. It looks silly. It looks silly. It's doing the rounds. What about the people that don't watch wrestling? What about them seeing that clip? Did you see this? That happened in wrestling. Look at this. Does it not hurt the impression of wrestling? Does it not send a bad impression? Does it not send a bad message? Does it not? I mean, people say it's all fake and phony anyway. The haters hating on it. I mean, imagine that clip doing the rounds of people going 1, 2. He didn't even count the 3. I mean, this is what brings us back to the integrity side of it. And this is why WWE have historically told the refs, don't put us in that situation. Don't make the business look stupid. If you have to count the 3, count the 3. We'll deal with the fallout after. So I don't think you can turn around and say, it's fine because Drew's meant to come down. It's not going to wash with people. It might wash with the hardcore fans that are so into WWE they're willing to overlook these things. But what about those casual fans that just take a chance on watching the show and then go, what the hell am I watching? What is this? And then like turn their noses up at it? Or the people that don't watch wrestling that see the clip of it and go, I don't know why people bother watching that. I don't know why people bother watching it. What a joke. It just sends such a bad impression when The ref could have counted the 3. We could have just crowned Seth the new champion. We could have dealt with the fallout a different way. So that's my take on it. And I don't know that I can word it a different way. I don't know that I can repackage it to any kind of different way than that. But respecty, Wilkie, this is no shots at you. I hope that's coming across. I really enjoy the conversation. I know it might, people might be doubting me. I don't know, but I am genuinely enjoying it because it is making me think about how do I word this? How do I communicate how I feel about it to those that clearly don't see an issue with it? Like, am I not communicating that right? Is there a better way that I communicate it? Could I find a different example? Can I look at it from a different perspective? Can we look at it from people that don't watch wrestling? What about if they see that clip? Like, it's really making me think about how do I communicate the way I feel about it. So for me, it's actually quite an interesting conversation. So if you feel the way you feel, I don't know that I can say anything else to kind of present my case. So I might have to, if we were in court, I might have to just let it rest there. I might have presented my facts to the jury, and that might be it. They'll have to decide now, because I don't know that I can word it any other way. But it's interesting if there's people that are out there that genuinely look at that and go, no, I ain't got a problem with it. I think it's fine. I think that's really interesting. Historically, I would say that's something that has bugged people. Do you know, it's funny? I mean, if you look at the history of wrestling, where Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik were traveling together, and they were doing drugs and all that kind of stuff together, right? And they hated each other. Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan hated each other. Not in real life, in storyline. And they got pulled over, and it was in all the papers. And they told the story that it wasn't the fact they were caught with drugs that was the problem. Them getting caught with drugs, not really a massive concern. It was the fact they were driving together. Because back in the 80s, if you was in a feud with someone and you were seen traveling together, I mean, it was just it was as big a no-no as you could get. The business had to be protected. Kayfabe was so strong. I can't even begin to tell you how important. There's another story as well. Oh, Kamala used to go to work and wrestle, and his wife, every time he would come back, his wife would be livid at him because he never won. She would always watch him on TV, and he'd always lose to Hogan, or he'd always lose to Andre the Giant, or, you know, he'd always lose to someone. And he never told her that it was scripted. He never told her that wrestling wasn't real. So she used to go, you've got to do better. We need to get some of those winner bonuses. And he never even told his wife. Never even told his wife that what he did was scripted. And then one day he wins a 15 grand battle royal, and he's like, oh my god, she's gonna be so pleased that I've won, because she keeps having a go at me for losing. Gets back home and she is pleased, and she immediately goes, where's the money? And there was no money. It wasn't for 15 grand. They just put that on the marquee so that people thought that, oh my god, there's, you know, a bit of money at stake here. This is important. Like, this is a lot of money. The money was never real, right? It was never really for 15 grand, but he would never, like, reveal the business. He would never tell her about the business. That's where we've been as a company. That's where wrestling has been. And I know that times have changed, and I know that kayfabe is dead, and I know that we've just done a WrestleMania behind the curtains, but wrestling does still try to keep up that pretense, doesn't it? It does still try with selling, by keeping the integrity of the matches. It does try its best to make people get lost in the illusion that what they're watching is real, you know? It's interesting. Miss Khan said, who is the sexiest superstar in history? Who is the sexiest superstar in history? I think it's you. I think it's you. James said, look at WWE's tweet news. Impact's NXT tag title match tonight. Let's have a look at WWE. Here's Trick Williams. NXT title. You say Impact's defending their tag titles tonight. Look at WWE's tweet. Impact's NXT tag title match tonight. Chase U is locked in, ready to become NXT tag champs. Nathan Frazer has yet to arrive ahead of his title defense. Is it on NXT or is it on WWE? Let's have a little look. I haven't got anything about an Impact title match. There's nothing been added to Wikipedia. This is the biggest match of my year. Countdown to Heatwave is on right now. Did you tag me in it? I don't have anything. Defcon said the same thing happened at WrestleMania 3 with Hogan Andre at the beginning, says Defcon Prime. Yeah, we spoke earlier about Aubrey being a recent example with Jade Cargill, and people were very critical of that. I would hate for us to, or for people to think that we're a community that will lay into AEW but then not hold WWE to the same standards. Like, I ain't interested in that. I ain't interested in doing that. So, you know, if we're going to criticize Aubrey for it, I'll happily sit here and criticize WWE for it. But Starch said there was a Wyatt 60s. Where was that, buds? Where was the Wyatt 60s? Aiden said the tweet about Nathan Frazer not turning up. Okay. So it says that he's not here yet. So let me have a reread of it. Where are we? 20 minutes. We should be going over to our first match soon. So, breaking news. Frazer is yet to arrive ahead of the NXT title match. Here it is. Okay. So, they're saying that Axiom might have to go alone. Oh, here we go. I would expect him to turn up. We've been telling this story, haven't we, of like how Nathan has been kind of going off doing his own thing, and Axiom has been getting very frustrated. Like, Nathan's had his sights set on like the Heritage Cup and stuff like that. So I think that this is probably just furthering that. Like, if I'm to guess, I would guess that Nathan will arrive, but it'll be like real last seconds, and then we'll kind of, you know, move on from there. Right, let's go over to this first match. Here is Jayne making her way down with Jazmyn next. Really like Jazmyn next. I know I keep saying that, but I did see her competing on that NXT house show, and I was very impressed. Jacy and Jazmyn. Right, I need to change this over because I've got flipping Spanish in my ear. There we go. No, it's not Kelani. It is Karmen. There we go. If I meant TNA, I would have said TNA, says James. Okay. When you said Impact, I was looking for Impact. I still think of it as Impact. Kim Strain said, will Axiom choose Nicholas? Big Time said, I can't speak for many, but I see Money in the Bank as an accolade. Some people might see it as a prop, which is fair. If you fail a cash-in that accolade, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Well, I disagree. We spoke about this earlier. I think that there is value in being in the conversation. So if you've got the Money in the Bank briefcase and you carry it for 6 months, 7 months, that's 6 or 7 months of you being spoken about. That's 6, 7 months of you being in the conversation. That's 6, 7 months of your brand being raised. You know, there's a lot that can be achieved within that period of time. Ultimately, I understand people will judge on if you was able to cash it in or not, but actually, the truth would be when you got that briefcase to when you failed that cash in, have they been able to, because you've been a part of the conversation, increase your star power? Have they made you a bigger star? Have they got you onto TV more? Have they got you into more backstage segments? Think about the champion interviews, the interviews where you've got a champion and a challenger. Think about where you can get that Money in the Bank person into those interviews. There is real value in that. You know, you could have Seth talking to Damian, and then Andrade could come down, and Andrade could insert himself in the ring, you know, and remind both guys, I've got this. That's Andrade getting into a segment he wouldn't normally be in. That's Andrade kind of talking about how he's going to be the next champion. And all of a sudden, you have to start thinking of Andrade and wondering, is he going to do it? Is he going to be that world champion? Can't tell me there's not value in that. Can't tell me that having him in those segments and getting him involved for like 6, 7 months, there's not a value or a reason for that. And that if he just, if the end result fails, that it was a failure. I don't believe that. I think there is value in carrying the case. It depends how you carry it, of course. I mean, if you carry it and cash it in the same night, there's not much value, but... Right, here we go then. Matches starting. The Ninja Woman is a thinner version of Nikita Lyons, says Defcon. Jason, shout out to you. Dallas Cowboys fan said, Heatwave and Raw better bang today and tomorrow to make up for yesterday. Okay, so we've got Arianna and we've got Jacy. And they're battling away with each other. We got Karmen on the outside and we got Jazmyn on the outsides. And we've got about 15, 14 minutes till we get over to the start of this event. Jacy wrestling in that mask, of course, after suffering injury. Arianna Grace scooping her up, looking to slam her down, and she does. Love her ring gear. She looks amazing. I love the red and the gold and everything. I mean, it looks fantastic. Arianna Grace has got Jacy against the ropes. Lovely tag team work there by these two. I believe both of these are Canadian, Arianna and Karmen. So right now we've got them getting... Look at that. Lovely work. Arianna kind of slung Jacy towards Karmen. Karmen with a clothesline kick coming in there. Jacy is out. Jazmyn is in. Lovely. Net breaker going for the cover. 1, 2, and a kick out. William said, I would ride around on a lawnmower running people over saying I am the one. Okay. That sounds fun. But that's it about Frazer not sewing up. Let's go down. They had the lights turned down hard yesterday. I wouldn't read too much into it, says Dallas Cowboys fan. Wrestle with Andy, hello, said, I'm having a quarter pounder. Daze, what would you get if you was going? If I was going to McDonald's? I don't know. I'm not really a McDonald's person, to be honest. I'll tell you something that I quite fancy. I've only ever done it once. But if I was to go, I think I would get a massive box of chicken nuggets and just get a load of dips and just, you know, go to town on those. So I don't know why, but historically, if ever I've had chicken nuggets, which is very rare, I always get like a sensible amount. I always get like 6 or 8. But you can get like 24 or whatever in a box. I think I'd be tempted to just go, let's just go mental. Let's just go 24. I'm sure I can deal with that. So I'd probably go for something like that, to be honest. Would I have fries as well? Probably. I'm greedy. And I saw, I don't know if it was in the UK, but aren't they doing like some sort of chocolate apple pie type thing now? Like chocolate and caramel or something. It's like an apple pie. It's in the same sort of apple pie, you know, covering. But it's not apple inside. I'm sure it's like chocolate and caramel, salted caramel, something like that. I quite fancied that as well. So put me down for that. I'll have a big box of nuggets. I'll have some fries on the side, large. I'll have a chocolate and caramel apple pie thing that's not an apple pie. Shawn Rossap has stated that MVP is still signed, but will not be implemented due to his sayings on X. That's interesting. What has he said on X? Simulation 54. What has he said? I haven't heard what he's said. Corey said sweet and sour sauce is where it is at when at McDonald's, says Corey. Don't know that I've had that. Kader said, I agree. A 20-piece McNugget. Fire, fire, fire. Right, we've got Jacy going over. We got Karmen coming over, rolling up Jacy, going for the pin, and Jacy kicks out. Mitchell said, what match are we most looking forward to? Chocolate and raspberry. I work there, said Richard. Oh, that then. Chocolate and raspberry. Yeah, I went the other day. When I went up to... I did a toy hunt a few weeks ago where I went to like Blackpool, Manchester area. And I ended up going to Smith's, and there's a toy hunt that went up as a result. On that trip, we ended up just popping into a drive-through McDonald's, and that's where I saw it. Yeah, chocolate and raspberry. That sounds lovely, actually. That sounds really nice. So I think I'd go for that, and I think I'd go for a large box of McNuggets. I don't know the dip. Traditionally, I'd go for barbecue. Lovely figure 4 headlock here and kicking out. Nice back elbow there by Jazmyn. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Do we know the size of the crowds for this show? Do we know how many people are actually in the building here? Wrestle Ticks. Let's have a look. I know that we had about 17,000 yesterday. Heatwave tonight is 9,600. That's not bad. That's not bad. Nearly 10,000 in the arena. I mean, clearly it could hold more. We had 17,000 there yesterday. But this is the developmental brand, so... Shoulder tackle there by Arianna. And again, down goes Jazmyn. So we got a little... Look at Arianna, man. She's come in just like a bullet out of a gun. Boom. Big knee. Big boots. She goes over, jumps up. Middle turnbuckle, elbow, boom, straight across the back. 1, 2, shoulder up, shoulder up. So she grabs Jacy. She goes over to the corner. Tag. I think there was a tag made there by Karmen. Big kick there by Jacy. She's got her up, going against the ropes. Boom, kick. Down goes Jacy. Karmen. 1, 2. Oh, and a save is made by Jazmyn. On the back of Karmen's gear, it says, "We the North." To the outsides. I've gone off McNuggets, says Tom. They just seem to be horrible now. I normally get a chicken burger or a chicken wrap. Oh. I am fat. When I tell you something is delicious, you should believe me, says Corey. Right, I'm catching up. I'm catching up. I still haven't shifted what I managed to get from my trip to America, to be honest. James said, I love Arianna. Her expressions are great. Oh, I agree. Completely agree. Double knees there by Arianna. These ladies are getting a great spotlight on them, said Mr. B, as Arianna rolls out the ring. Into the ropes. Roll up there by... Oh, pulling of the hair. Lovely reversal by Karmen. And she gets it. Karmen gets it. Jacy tried to make the save. She couldn't quite get there in time. And it is a win for Arianna Grace and Karmen Petrovic. Look at Arianna Grace, like she can't believe it. I did it. I did it. She did it. So there we go. It was a bit of a grab of the hair there by Arianna Grace. Look at the facial expression. I did it. Jacy can't believe it. Arianna Grace has gone down to her knees. She's literally like sat on the floor with her arms out. She's reaching out to the people. Blowing kisses to the people. Amazing. Okay, here's Axiom. Here's Nathan. Relax. Fans are swarming me. I'm locked in. Is that match going to open the show? I don't know if you spoke on this, but did you see when the Wyatt Six said, "We're here"? It was a callback to the Wyatt family entrance, says Santino. Santino, shout out to you, my friends. So, Ethan Page, Trick Williams, Shawn Spears, Javon Evans, NXT Championship, Fatal 4-Way. Mitchell said, I'm most looking forward to the last Fatal 4-Way match. What about you? I don't know. I think that the Fatal 4... I'm just not a big fan of multi-person, like, triple threats, Fatal 4-Ways. It'll probably be like a big spot fest. It is unpredictable as to who leaves as champion, but I don't think it's the match I'm most excited for. It might be the Kelani one, you know. No, Roxanne and Lola might be it, actually. Roxanne is excellent as a wrestler. Lola is excellent as a striker. And, you know, she's got that martial arts background. I'm thinking they could put on a really fun match. And then I'm wondering, will we see Julia? Will we see Julia? Oba against Wes, I think, is a bit predictable. And Oba's still a bit green. Kelani against Sol Ruca, I think that should be a lot of fun. Definitely down for that match. Main event, yeah, multi-person match. It's not my thing, really, but it's got a lot of good people in it. Love the young OG. Oh, mate, I love the young OG. So, Javon Evans, Stan. I love Trick as well. So, some good people in that. But I think I'm going to go Roxanne Perez Lola. I think those two could really put on a really good match. And then you've got the shadow of Julia looming as well. So, why are NXT pre-shows better than a 2-hour main roster ones? You just get a lot of different bits and bobs on there. Like we just had a match. They do a few interviews. It's only an hour rather than 2 hours. So I feel like they give you a bit more in shorter time. So that's why it's probably better. Big Time said, for someone like Triple H who has so much momentum, goodwill, and is doing so many good things, it's almost like he sabotaged himself with some head-scratching decisions, like wasting money in the bank. I think it's a pay-per-view that has divided opinion. I think there's lots of thoughts and opinions on what went down. Some people really liked it. Some people really didn't. And as I said, the opinions video that we did for it is probably the most varied I've ever done. So I would say that, I mean, he's clearly not self-sabotaged. I think he did the Drew thing because he wanted to affect Drew and Seth at the same time. And I think this is how he decided to do it. It's not what I would have done. It's what they did. We move on, right? It's done. We move on. But yeah, I think that's why he went with that decision. I tell you something that I thought was very interesting. Very interesting. Those post press conferences, they are a place where you are going to be super, super positive about what you've just done, yeah? You're not going to go into a post press conference straight after an event and go, well, that sucked, right? You're not going to do that. You're not going to go into that. You know, he'll go in and go, this was the biggest gate. I thought that the talent killed it. And he did say a lot of that. And he was like, there was some breakout moments. But he also said something that I thought was very telling. He also said something that I was like, oh, that's interesting. And what he said was, there is definitely things that I would change about tonight's show, which I think is about as far as you can go to saying not everything was quite right. I think that's about as that's about as big as an admission that you're gonna get from Triple H that this was not the perfect pay-per-view. He's not gonna walk into the post-fight thing and go, well, that was trash. That was garbage, right? Canada, we definitely owe you something after that, right? He's not going to go in and say that, is he? He's going to go, we broke records. I thought the crowd were amazing. You know, all this kind of stuff. So for him to turn around and go, I would definitely, you know, go back and change some stuff in retrospect, I thought was very interesting. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he is specifically referring to, but I've not heard him say that before. He quickly followed it with, but that's just the same as most shows, right? That's just the same as most shows. You know, I don't remember you ever saying it before. I don't remember you ever going into the post-press conference and saying that you would change some stuff about the show that we just saw, which I thought was very interesting. I've never heard him say that before. So I'm not saying that was an admission that the show was completely garbage or anything like that, but I do think it was an admission that if he was to do it again, he would make changes and some stuff would be changed and you would not get that same show again. Only he knows what he's referring to, though. Only he knows what it is that he would change. I thought that was interesting. Did you hear Brandon Thurston? I did. He asked about Vince, didn't he? I thought the answer was good, actually, though. Oh, are you asking about that? Did you hear Brandon Thurston was at the press asking John Cena about Janelle Grant? There's a time and a place, but that man, awful conversation to bring it up. Well, I think you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because I sit here and say I'm so bored of the softball questions like, Bailey, you just won the Rumble, are you happy? Like, I don't need that. I don't need that question. There must be better, more interesting questions that can be asked rather than asking the winners if they're happy and asking the losers if they're sad, right? There must be a better question that can be asked, better questions. I think, though, that the Vince stuff, that does feel like it's played out a little bit because the answer was, I can't talk about legal. Well, Cena said, I'd rather look towards the future than look towards the past. And he asked a similar question to Triple H. And Triple H said, I would rather... Well, he said, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about legal. So, to be honest, any of those questions just feel like that's how they're going to be dealt with now. So it's sort of pointless asking them. If you ask about Vince, the answer will be from superstars. Because if I was Triple H, I would tell him to say this. Say you'd rather focus on the future rather than focus on the past, right? And then Triple H said, I can't talk about legal. So there's not really a point in asking them. I can't say... I understand there's a time and a place, but they only get certain availability, don't they? They only get certain opportunities to actually speak to Triple H and ask him directly, like, what questions they want to ask. So if that is... I suppose it's what was the intention? If it's because you genuinely have got a question about it that you want a genuine answer to, it's tricky to know if that is the wrong time to do it, because then when is the right time? You can say, well, send the question in, but you'll never get an answer. So you've got him right there in front of you. So I agree it doesn't feel like the right time, but then the question has to be, when would be the right time for Brandon Thurston to ask that? Or do you just never get to ask that question? But if you've got a genuine question that you want a genuine answer to, I sort of feel like there should be a right time. And in regards to how they dealt with it, I think they dealt with it perfect. And actually, I think they sent a message of, don't even bother asking it, because this is how we're going to answer it from now on. Don't bother asking about Vince, because we'll either tell you we want to focus on the future, or it's legal and we can't talk about it. So there's no point even asking, is there really? So if they keep doing that, then, you know, the message will soon get out, don't even bother asking it. But I do still think that there should be better questions than what get asked. I think some of those softballs are too soft. They don't even really give us much insight, you know? They don't even really tell us much. Great question to ask John Cena about, so what's next year going to look like? And we found out, well, there's going to be 30-odd dates and, you know, all this kind of stuff, you know? So that was interesting. And the fact that WrestleMania isn't his last match, like, good, yes. That's stuff that I wanted to know. So that was all good. Someone asked CM Punk about AJ Lee and could she come back? Yeah, lovely. Great question. Good question. There's some examples of some good questions. I think we were all wondering about AJ Lee and would she return? And so hearing Punk talk about that, that was good. Right, here we go. I think, is it going to be the tag match? No. Oh, it's Wesley. Right, it's going to be Oba Femi against Wesley. That's how we're going to start this thing. Right. D-Mac said, I don't know who any of the men would have cashed in on, as I don't see Gunther losing the belt soon after winning at SummerSlam. Cody looks like he has title plans. That would not stop me. I think that you could, as we said, have someone carry it and then fail a cash in if you really had to, because I do think there is value in carrying it, as we said, for 8 months or so and being part of the conversation. But I also think you could have had the Money in the Bank winner cash in on Gunther, because Gunther is someone that's a very credible person, very credible champion. And it'd be a great way of ending his first reign, giving him a good chunk of time, 6 months, unbeaten, looking dominant. Who's going to get the belt from him? And then it's someone cashes in. Someone cashes in. That way it protects Gunther. Gunther feels cheated. He should still be champion. You've ended his first reign. He never really, truly, properly got beaten for it. It was a cash-in, right? Which can be easily explained. You get the belt onto a new person. You protect Gunther. He has 6, 7, 8 months with it, which for me would be more than enough time. I feel like that's tick, 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 tick. I feel like that's all good. Or as I said, you could even have him fail the cash-in, and I think you've just given someone like Andrade a massive boost. And I think there's value to that. So, it is what it is. I'm really gonna not change my position on it, because I can't think of any argument that would make me change my position on it. I don't think it was the right way to go, but it's done. And it's done, innit? Here's Oba Femi. Talking of things that are done, I think Wesley might be done. Oba Femi making his way down. So we'll see. Obviously, we're watching, and we're going to be doing an opinions video after this. I want to get your thoughts and opinions on the show. Karmen and Arianna. I need to do the poll, don't I? I didn't even do the poll for the opening match. Let's go and do a quick poll then for that opening match. So, Oba getting into the ring, handing over that North American Championship. We've got just shy of 10,000 in the room, which is really good. Take that for NXT. Better sounded. Look at the size difference. Wesley having a few words with Oba Femi. Kick coming in there by Wes. So, asked you lot about who you thought was going to leave as NXT champion, and 69% of you have said Trick, 15% have said Ethan, 7% have said Javon, and 6% have said Shawn. So it seems like the vast majority, nearly 70%, are thinking that Trick Williams retains. I am in agreement with you on that. James said, Tom's idea, what if Brooks Jensen costs Trick the title? Yeah. Yeah, that could be interesting. He's going to be on the show on Tuesday. They've invited him, haven't they? Shawn Michaels has invited Brooks Jensen onto the show, so I don't know that they'll look to have him do that when they've already got something like lined up for him, scheduled for him. But yeah, it's a good idea. Be a very interesting way of using him. Kicks coming in there by Wes as Oba's in the corner. Oba in the corner of the ring. Wes, slips. Tried to get onto that middle rope, but couldn't quite get there. He was kind of stuck on the bottom rope, unfortunately. He did sort of save it, but obviously a little botch, a little bit off. But he managed to still execute it. Oba has got Wes, puts him over into the corner. Unbeatable, Oba Femi, says Lee. Lee thinks Oba is unbeatable. Do we think Oba wins, said Ace. I do, but yeah. Oba is over, said Ring General. Spartan said, how's your day been? I haven't really had much of a day, to be honest. I stayed up quite late doing lots of little bits and bobs following Money in the Bank. So it meant I went to bed quite late, which means I got up quite late, which means I ended up having dinner and setting the stream up, and here we are, really. So not much today. Oh my God! Wow! What a move by Oba Femi! Oh my God! He ain't gonna do that to everyone, or at least I don't think so. That is incredible. He just picks up and spins. Oh my God, look at that. He just hurled and spun Wesley in the air. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. I would love to see him do that to Braun Strowman. But, very cool. Very cool. Wes coming over and gets driven over the top to the outside. And he goes over. An F-50. It's like a flipping helicopter. So this is the great North American champion. Oba Femi trash talking Wes. Shot to the midsection there by Oba. Into the edge of the ring goes Wes. Honestly, he held him so high and spun him so fast. I thought he was off. I thought we'd lost him to the skies. He just hurled him into the side of the ring. Right now, Wesley is majority under the ring. This is a really bad day for Wesley. This is a really bad day. Could you imagine being a professional wrester and then somehow you find yourself in a position where you have to face Oba Femi? I mean, I would really be thinking about a whole career change. Oba in the corner, pointing over at Wes, charges, connects. I thought Wes was going to move out the way, man. Back elbow, grabs Wes, backbreaker. Oh, mate, this is someone call the police. There's a flipping murder going on. There's a flipping murder happening right in front of my eyes. Into the corner again goes Wes. Boom! Oba charges in. And Wesley slumps down. Can you imagine Oba Femi against Gunther? When Oba's like ready, when he's you know, when we fully cooked him, I'd say, oh, look at him surfing on top. He's learnt that from Soul Ruca. Surfing on top of Wes's back. Man, I feel like Oba Femi at the moment, little spongy, little soft, little green. Not that sponges are green, but when he's ready, him against Gunther, oh my God, it's gonna feed families. It's gonna feed families. Oba is committing a murder, said I am your father. LD Root said Oba Femi is a beast. Dr. Lucha Lala said it'll be an upset if Oba loses. Could The Undertaker give coffins to Oba? Imagine Undertaker against Oba. If Undertaker was like still in his prime, that'd be a fantastic opponent for him. Boom! Look at this. And he chucks Wes away to the sides. Could you imagine if we still had Apollo Crews in the Nigerian sort of thing? You know, he was doing that gimmick. And he went off and found Oba Femi. That would have been an interesting way to bring him in. Although I'm quite pleased that Apollo's not doing that gimmick anymore. Boom. Into the corner goes Wes. Prime Andre against Oba Femi, said Kim Strains. James said, Fabrizio's reporting the deal to sign Xerxes is almost done. Really? Let's go. Let's go. I'm pleased with that. He's like 23. Gives us another option. Gives us backup for Hoylands. I think that for the amount of money he'll cost, I think that's a good signing. Right now, you got Wesley upside down in the corner. Femi is ready. Charges. Oh, Wes moves out the way. Shoulder first. Boom, and a kick. Right now, we got Wes going up over the top, looking to... Oh, he's trying to get Oba off his feet, but no joy. Oba grabs Wes. And Oba goes over the top. Oba tried to hurl Wes over the top rope, but Wes managed to reverse it. Wes going up over the top to the outside, looking to kick, jumps over. Oh, gets caught by Oba. Oh, mates. You're really playing with fire with Oba Femi. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're having to avoid the flames, but at some point in this match, you're getting burnt. And you're getting burnt bad. And on the outside there, you've got Wesley, like, trying to get out of the way, jumping over the top, and eventually, boom, just gets smashed. Shh. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Delit looks to be done as well. Well, they would be two great signings. Get a midfielder, get a right winger, and I'm starting to get quite happy then. I feel we need more, but... Daze, I got good sleep. That's good, Edwards. Welcome. Korga said Oba and Omus would be a great team. Oba theme is good, said Gringo. Spanta Crow said WWE is going to lose money with Jay Money in the Bank custom briefcase. That's true. Think of the amount of Yeet in the Bank briefcases they could have sold. That's true. WWE, they're scared of money. Scared of making money. He could have sold quite a few Yeetin, but certainly if he signed a few as well. Wrestlandy said Oba Roman in 5 years' time. Metal Mama said, I love that I'm now fully engaged in WWE. I never watched NXT much, and I've watched so many events now with y'all. I love it. Really grateful to this community, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. That's very nice. Yeah, NXT is a real treat. I mean, honestly, there are periods where it was my favorite promotion. I don't think it is right now. I do think it's going through a good spell, though. This year has been a bit of a mixed bag, but overall, the talent is there. You know, Femi, great potential. Trick Williams, oh my God, love Trick Williams. Javon Evans, love Javon Evans. Roxanne Perez, great talent for the future. Julia about to join. Like, you can go through a real list of talent that's, like, you know, really engages you. And I'm sure many names I've not mentioned are of interest to many of you out there. Shoulder up there by Oba. So I think that overall we're in a good point. Some of the shows can be a bit hit and miss. A lot of the shows earlier this year were more miss than hit, but in recent times we've had some good stuff happening, and I think this card looks pretty good. And I enjoyed going to the Apex as well. That was different. And obviously all the excitement that's been generated by this TNA partnership and what's going to happen there, you know? Having Jordan Grace come in was a brilliant moment. Loved that. And the match was really good as well. Right, Wesley is all over Femi at the moment. When do we think Cena will have his last match, says Wrestle with Andy. December, yeah. And I think you're right with a Cena-themed pay-per-view. I could see that happening. I think he deserves that. Thank you, Cena, something like that. Oh, straight over with a Hurricanrana kick out there by Oba. Wow, drama. This thing going back and forth. Wesley is right back in this match, you know. Femi is down. Wesley right back in this. I love that the start time for PLEs is now an hour earlier, says Brony. Mitchell said it's sad, but everything I've seen, Eminem isn't allowed to be the GOAT because he's white. Is that true? Loving this match. Or is it just because he released a lot of bad albums? Maybe if he'd kept putting out really good albums, like at the start. Oh! But, like, people aren't crazy about relapse and recovery and that period, you know? Who is the GOAT? Who is the rap GOAT? Oh! John Cena. 2. Oh, shoulder up by... I thought that was dumb. Tell you what, Wesley giving a really good account of himself here. I thought this match should be done by now. Fugees, says Fallen Footwear. Have they only got one album? There is an album that's green that has their faces on, which I don't know if that's just like a bit of a best of or something. It's like got a green background with their heads on. I think they only did the one official album. Daze is an old boomer. Well, that's true. No denying. Nathan said, I am having fun this year with my focus on WWE, TNA, and UFC. It's all been great. John Cena's Goodbye Christmas Eve farewell match, said Akeem. John Cena's Christmas farewell spectacular. That's what we should do. And we should do it on like December 24th. Christmas Eve, we do the John Cena farewell spectacular event. Oh! Oba went down a little bit messy, but Wes won't mind. Oh, there it is. Cardiac kick. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Oba. Shoulder up by Oba. Wow. I hope one day they bring NXT, one of these big events, to the UK. It's great that we're in Canada. I hope they bring one to the UK. I miss being able to go and watch NXT. If I lived in Florida, I'd go to NXT all the time, man. Wesley going up top, perched. Wesley giving a really good account. Oh, massive frog splash. But he gets caught. Choke slam, no. Over by the ropes, big clothesline. They both go to the outside. Wes holds on. Is he going to skin the cat? He's kicking out. I thought he was going to skin the cat, but he's reversed. Moonsaults, gets caught. Oba picks him up. Ah, shoulder breaker. Shoulder breaker by Oba. Oba goes over by the commentary table. Cena's New Year Spectacular. Yeah, he said his last match will be in December, though. So it's going to have to be December. They might be able to do it December. When is December 31st? Could he do it on December 31st? I'll have a look. What day is that? December 31st is Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. Does that get in the way of NXT? Oh, gets caught. He could do it on the 28th of December. That's a Saturday. Saturday the 28th of December. John Cena's Goodbye, Farewell, Spectacular, Christmas, New Year's. It's been a great ride. Thanks for everything. Spectacular event. Boo. Right, Wesley, these two have just chucked each other around. It has not been pretty in places. Oba standing over Wes. Grabs him, picks him up, looking for a sit-down powerbomb. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. Oba Femi beats a very game Wesley in a match that went longer than I expected. Had a lot more than I expected. And Oba Femi definitely feeling the effects of that one. Right, let's go into the poll and we'll see what people thought. Match scores, what did you think? Imagine Oba in the Nation. That would have been amazing. Oba needs oxygen. Big Time scored that. 8 out of 10. Good match. Oba is keeping it warm for the real champ, Adam Cole, baby. Yeah. Well, I think that definitely delivered for the opening contests. Oba Femi. I thought that was great, said Big Time. That was great. It was better than Rollins versus Priest. Should have ended with the choke slam catch. That crowd was on their feet for that bit, said Justin. I do agree with that, yes. Sign in the crowd says, marry me, Oba. Matt, you didn't even see. That's a shame. She probably would have made a good wife. Marry me, Oba. He could have walked out with a championship in this hand and a new wife over here as well. Could have been quite the day for Oba Femi. The biggest event of the summer. Nita Nitro said a guy who didn't think would be doing this and a guy that big who has no business doing this good that quick, says Nita Nitro. Mr. B said, Oba is great. Maple syrup on pancakes after that feast. Phantom67, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friend. Appreciate the support. 2 trophies, says Metal. 2 trophies. Although you can't put them both on the mantelpiece because women don't like that. They have to be treated as equal. Right, earlier today, there she is, Lola Vice, looking fabulous. There's Roxanne, also looking fabulous. Smile on her face. There's John Cena. There's Stone Cold. Oh, now this is gonna bang, mate. Is it Kelani, Jordan, Sol, Ruca next? NXT Women's North American Championship. 2 of the very best. Let's go. I didn't expect her to win this. I thought it might be a bit soon. They might go with someone else, but God, I've been so on board with her from the very beginning. I've been so impressed with Kelani. Great talent. All I know is structure. A one-track mind, but it has produced results. Three-time MVP, three-time team captain. No one's going to defend this title like Lani. They like that Lani nickname, don't they? Okay, Femi Wesley got great 73%. So we hit that great range. Ruca. Lani's going to make it happen. Some people want it to happen. Some people wish that it would happen. Some people make it happen. Lani's going to make it happen. These are good video packages. God, some of the stuff she can do, man. A multi-acrobatic event champion. This is going to be really flipping innovative. They're going to be bouncing all over the place. That Soul Snatcher's got to be one of the best finishers in all of WWE, isn't it? Seems like gymnasts make great wrestlers. Well, they're just athletic, aren't they? They're athletic. That obviously is a key thing that translates. I think the balance, the core strength, your cardio, your agility. I mean, yeah, it ticks a lot of boxes, doesn't it, really? But there is no way Kelani drops the title on her first defense, said Wicked Dust. I love Soul Ruca, but it ain't happening. Jim said nothing of Lani or Soul's background has got anything to do with wrestling. Oh, Jim disagrees. Jim, why aren't you there? They're in Canada. You're in Canada. You should be there. You could be the new green shirt guy. Here's Soul Ruca. What's the match of the year according to us? Can you check, says Edwards. Oh, that's easy. Main event, WrestleMania Night 2. That got the highest score of the year. That was a good Soul video package. Right, here we go. Let's change this over. Soul Ruca versus Kelani Jordan. What do we think happens between Chad and Jay? What happens between Chad and Jay? Don't know. Is anything happening between Chad and Jay? They're not in each other's way, are they? With NXT PLE, it's been solid. It's crazy how little the buzz was and how it gets lost in the shuffle during Money in the Bank weekend. But it has cooked so far, says Big Time. Goods. Right. Here's Kelani. That's a great looking belt, isn't it? I know it's just the same as the men's one, but I like the colours. I like the white and the red. And it looks great around her waist. Kelani Jordan making her way down to the ring. I think it's such an easy show to watch, isn't it? With NXT, like, you don't need to know anything. Like, Kelani looks like $1 million. She looks fantastic. She looks like she's athletic. She's agile. The belt looks great on around her waist. Goes over. Smile on her... That's right. That's right. Smile on her face as she takes that belt off. Gives it a little kiss. Hands it over to the ref. Let's go. Right, here we go then. Kelani against Sol Ruca. Let's go. Chad Gable and Jey Uso on Raw. Oh, the match. Well, I would think the Wyatt 6, to be honest. I would think the Wyatt 6, but then I thought the Wyatt 6 yesterday, and we didn't get them. So I would imagine that we get them getting involved. I was surprised if we don't, unless the Creeds come down and help Chad get the victory. But at some point, we're sure to get the Wyatt 6, aren't we? I mean, they tweeted out today. Over the top goes Kelani. Oh, lovely work. Flip over. Nice. Flip over there by Kelani. She charges against the ropes. Yeah, good. I like the fact that Kelani just went for like a head scissor takeover. She didn't quite get it, but Sol Ruca just cartwheeled anyway out of it. I like that. Nice headlock takeover, but good reversal there by Kelani. Kelani keeping Sol Ruca down. And they get back up. Kelani goes into the corner. She goes up over the top. Sol Ruca up. Bounces back. Oh, little bit short. Sol Ruca was a little bit too far away. They're both flipping back up, getting back up to their feet. Lots of flips and cartwheels and backflips and handstands and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you don't want that to get in the way of this being a match. Like, you don't want to just see them doing that for the sake of doing it. Like, it has to have an offensive purpose. Like, it's fine to be able to, like, cartwheel back out of something, or... Like, you've got this skill set, which makes you... Like, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's great. That's what you want to see. Sol Ruca trying to slam Lani face first, but Lani was able to get her hands out and actually do a handstand to prevent her head hitting the mat. And then she flipped back up and went into a crossbody. I mean, oh. 1, 2, kick out. Excellent. Yeah, love that. I think that's brilliant. And then into a crossbody. That's a great spot. Right now, she's keeping her grounded. Sol Ruca knee brace is an eyesore. I feel bad for her because it is limiting. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. Technology's not really got to a point where you can have anything slimmer. Right now, she's going for that surfboard stretch. She's got the legs tied up, pulls back. Look at that. So she's got Kelani in that surfboard stretch, pulling back on the arms. And Kelani screaming away. Good work so far by Sol. And Kelani goes down. Sol Ruca getting back up. Is Sol Ruca just starting to get ahead? Is she starting to just get a bit of an advantage as Kelani goes against the ropes, kicks out there. Oh, forearm strike. Oh, big chop coming in there by Sol Ruca. Chop comes back there by Kelani. Back fist. Sol Ruca against the ropes. Nice arm drag. Over goes Sol Ruca. Kelani goes against the ropes looking for it. Oh. I had praise earlier for a head scissors that didn't really connect, and then we saw Sol Ruca cartwheel out of it. That time we had a head scissors that didn't really connect, and this time Sol Ruca went with it, and I wish she hadn't. No major problem, but just looked a little botchy. It just looked a little off. Kelani to the outside, lands on top of Sol Ruca. Back in the ring. Boom, plants her face first. Love that by Kelani. 2. Kick out by Sol. Kick out by Sol. And crowds are into it. She's dragging Sol over to the corner. Kick coming in there by Sol. Crowd are into it, but they're not making loads of noise. Springboard off that bottom rope. Springboard off that middle rope. That could be a fun little offense thing, couldn't it? That could be like a bit of a signature move. Springboard off the bottom rope. Springboard off the middle rope. Springboard off the top rope. You go like... Maybe you could use all 4 sides of the ring. Oh... So she flipped in the air and then delivered a clothesline. Very impressive. But again, she didn't quite get all of it. It's like springboard, flips over. She sort of does it and then collides into her rather than delivering like a really nice crisp clothesline. Shot coming in. Kelani over by the ropes. But no idea. Sol Ruca looks a bit hurt, said Defcon Prime. I think this match is fascinating. Lovely kick there by Kelani. Kip up by Kelani. Sol Ruca is rocked. Poison Rana. She's going up. She does. Boom. Gets it. Brilliant. You can tell when a move is executed crisply and it looks really good. The crowd are right there. The crowd are right there. A lot of what we're seeing is them doing this high-flying move. The end result is sometimes just like 5% off. Sometimes, just sometimes, it's just a little off in places. And so it gets a reaction and a gentle applause. But this isn't people losing their minds, getting out the chair like heads are being blown. And I think it's just that 5% in places that is just stopping it from getting to that level. But when they do a move like that Poison Rana, Reverse Rana that we just saw Kelani do, I can hear the reaction of the people. Like they're like, whoa. So it is coming across. It is everything we thought it was going to be. But we're not seeing the crowd like jumping out of their seats going crazy. I can only put that down to just the odd little 5% just being a bit off at the end. Kick coming in there by Sol. That was good. Kelani folded over. I'll be really interested to get people's thoughts on this match after. Ruca goes up. Boom. To the outside. Down goes Kelani. That was executed well. People seem to respond to that. Heavy collision there. Kelani down. We've got a holy shiz chant right now. Kelani is feeling the effects of that. Sol Ruca still down. Referee counting away. 7. And they're both kind of trying to get over. Referee still counting. Of course, the count is going to be met. Back in the ring. Match continues. We've got Sol Ruca in there with Kelani. Kick to the midsection. Very interesting matchup, this. Very interesting. Do we think we see Adam Cole again? Not sure, to be honest, but there's maybe a chance of it, but I think he seems to be all right. Is he having for? I mean, he's with Britt, isn't he? I mean, I think Britt would have to come as well. I don't think he'd leave Britt. Oh my God! Brutal powerbomb there by Sol on Kelani. Kelani manages to kick out of that. Oh my God. Referee's just checking on Kelani there after that. Brutal spot. Now we've started to get a bit of a "this is awesome" chant just starting to break through. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Crowd are really feeling this now. And these two have done so much to each other. Really pulling on the shoulder socket there. Ruca down. Kelani is perched. She's ready to go big here. She goes up top. Boom! Knees up! Knees up! And Kelani selling that. Definitely feeling the effects of that. This is awesome, said Dro. Match continuing as Kelani is over against the ropes. And she was going for it, but she didn't get that soul snatcher. Lovely. 1, 2. Kick out there by Ruca. And frustration there by Kelani. Kelani frustrated. She goes over to the corner looking to try and get up, but Ruca grabbing the leg of Kelani. Kick coming in there. She goes up. She's perched. Is she going to go for that reverse Rana again? Yep, she goes for it. She can't get it this time. She goes up. Oh, ends up going face first into that turnbuckle. She's on the shoulders of Ruca. Now Ruca starting to climb up. Kelani throwing in some shots to the head of Ruca. She's right on Ruca's shoulders. What are we doing here? What are they setting up here? Oh! Reverse Rana! Poison Rana! From that middle rope! From that middle turnbuckle! Kelani gets herself up. Goes over to the other side. Split leg moonsault. Connects! Connects! 1, 2, 3. Kelani wins! Kelani wins! And wow, they really... Oh, I think have we got a slight nip slip? I think there might be a bit of a nip slip. We've gone for an angle a bit further away. As Kelani's boob was battling to get out of that top. Oh, it's all gone a little bit pervy. It's all gone a little... I don't know how I feel about this. It's all gone a little bit pervy. Oh my God, they've broken free. She's got the belt covering her boob. There we go. It's back. The mouse is back in the house. I mean, all I can say is these women have given you everything. Quite literally everything. Free the nipples, said Santino. Lee said I missed it. I've got to call me after Lee. I've got to record him, mate. I've got it recorded. I've got it all recorded, mate. I'll be selling copies of that. We need that for the perv folder. If anyone wants a copy of it, I've got a copy of it, right? Just send a self-addressed envelope to my PO box and I'll send copies out for you, right? No, guys, come on. We're all mature. We're all mature wrestling fans. Did you see a boob? It was like that. Like, it was all jiggling away. Oh, my God. It's like Christmas has come early. Yeah. HBK is firing on all cylinders. We all are. Brony said, I don't think I've ever seen a champion lose in their first title defense. That's what you want to talk about right now. That's the conversation you want to have right now. Oh my god. A blackout screen, full screen. It must be a QR code. If QR code is code for boobs. Daze has been hanging out with William for too long. Yeah. Where is William? I think he's fated, is he? William, I'm currently asking NASA to redirect black satellites. William, don't do that. You need to be watching the show. They finally provided some content for you. Something that I think you will actually enjoy. Are we voting on the match or the nip slip, said Izzy Girl? That's a good question, actually. Let's do the match first. We'll do the match first. Sis says, calm down, guys. Some of you are weird. Yeah, guys, calm down. Thor said, you are pathetic. Yeah. I feel the same, actually. I feel the same. I am offended. You say being weird is a bad thing. The QR code was on her nipple. Imagine. Guys, we got to get the scan. Have you got your scanners? We need to find Kelani's nipples. Apparently the QR codes are on there now. We are so bad. We are so bad. First, Tiffany live in Alkaline. I'm telling you, you're slipping nip. You move up. Boobs, said Trinity. Boobs. Just me said, I've tagged you in a video on X. Well, what could that be? What could that be? Let's just have a quick glance at what this video is. The PLE don't miss. Down, she goes up, goes for the cover, stands up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's exactly what we thought it was, you know. She's got loads of people actually talking to me about that Wyatt 6 thing. I was just reading some of them. But it is true. There was some boobage. Right. Is that Kelani taking the title to a new level? Yes. We have now reached the OnlyFans level. Free, hashtag free the nipple, hashtag we love boobs, hashtags weirdos unite for boobs. Yes. Can I just welcome, I can see there was a spike in people joining us. I would just like to welcome all the pervs that have heard the news and have jumped in to see if they can find the footage of it. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. Way! Woo! We're celebrating all boobs. Daze is in a trance. Yeah, I wasn't actually looking at the video. I was reading about what few people were saying about the Wyatt 6, which I know people are going to find hard to believe. But I promise you, I am being sent quite a bit about the post earlier. Ooh. Ooh, look at this. It's not boobs. It's not boobs, my friend. It is... Look at that. Signing them. Limited edition prints for sale. There's only 20 available. Oh. Only 20 of them available. Hello, we've got Gallus. They've got a few words for Tyson and Tyreek. No one cares how high you can jump or how high you can throw. So we've just got Gallus saying a few words to Tyreek. This is seemingly setting something up for maybe Tuesday. We'll see you Tuesday. Right, we are 53 minutes into this. Daze, they did that to distract us from yesterday. Do you know what? Daze has got some bigger boobs than some women, says Jayne. That is true, actually. That is true. I mean, lads, I'm just saying. I've got some stuff I think you'd enjoy. Oh, hello, we're backstage with Karmen and Arianna. With Ava. You two make a pretty good tag team. Could you imagine Karmen out there by herself? The results would have been catastrophic. I got the pin? I was the real MVP tonight, says Arianna. I can't have such an anchor holding me down. Oh, right. On Tuesday, Karmen versus Arianna. It was really wrong for you to pit two tag team partners against each other. Oh, we're not doing that now, are we? Are we going to the low? Nah, we can't be. There's Lola backstage. Surely that's our co-main event. There's Ethan Page. Ethan Page is getting ready for our main event tonight. How many matches we got left? 3 matches. Here we go. Chase you. Ba-bam-bam. My milkshake brings all the boys to the... I have heard that about you, Santino. Here's Thea. Thea and Riley in purple. I don't know how I feel about purple. Right. Jackie Redmond last night had her hair covering hers. She was almost popping out, says Kim Strange. Oh, I'm so glad we have got like a boob update now. Let's go, says Thea. I'm going to send the PC a packet of nipple covers. It derails things too much, says Nita Nitro. Don't you flipping dare. What are you, some kind of terrorist? Don't you flipping dare. We don't have much joy in this world, and you're going to take away the one slither of joy we actually have. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. I don't see how Andre Chase wrestles in that attire, says KD. Why have they got 2 colors shirts? Are they splitting? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the reasoning. Ava has got no charisma. She's super robotic, says Mitchell. Hello, Axiom, Nathan, still not on the same page. James said, I'm currently 3-0 in my predictions. I went Chase you, new champs. Papa said, Young OG is going to be a superstar one day. Drulius said, Heatwave is popping. Zoom Station says, the Thea Warrior wearing the away colours. Are those... Oh, are those Toronto colours? Those they are, aren't they? That makes sense. I forgot where we were. Here is Nathan. Here is Axiom. Big Time said, imagine if Josh Alexander comes out and celebrates with Ethan Page. Let's end this poll. This is for the boob match. So 55% great, 19 all-time, 22% good, 1% bad. Okay, so that got a... Oh, wow. Wow. That got 74% great, only 1% better than the opening match. I'm surprised at that, actually. Only 1% better than the opener, but still great. And quite comfortably great as well. Daze, Drew should join. Gallus, says Corey. Mitchell says the boob match. I've got it written down as the boob match, yeah. So, Femi versus Wesley, great 73. The boob match, great 74. And now here we are with the tag match. Might as well call this one the tag match. Days, we got a sneak preview of what Carmelo Hayes gets to see, and I feel guilty that should have been behind closed doors. It's funny, I don't. That's where we differ, innit? I feel alive. I probably should feel guilty, but listen, I'm playing my part of the agreement. My part of the agreement is that I agreed I will watch the show. Their part of the agreement is to provide content, and by God, they certainly did that. So I want to thank everybody that made this possible. Back elbow there by Andre Chase. And we're starting off with Axiom in there. Jazmyn said, I like the women's match better. Well, it was very close. Great 73, great 74. I mean, there's nothing in it, to be honest. So if you did prefer the women's match, I would say that the community is pretty much having them pretty much neck and neck. All men's matches should get good reviews, says Spartan. In my opinion, lots of boobs on show there. In my opinion, Heatwave is better than Money in the Bank, said LD Root. I think if we see Natalia's slip, the cows will come home, says Big Time Baxter. Well, I'll tell you what, I would be very surprised because she's not even on this show. So if somehow we get to see Natalia's boobs during this broadcast, I will be stunned. I will be stunned. Nathan flipping over, goes over to the other side underneath the legs of Andre Chase. Daniel said Days Bad Boobs returns in October. Oh my God, yes! What a show! WWE Bad Boobs returns this October. Against the ropes goes Duke Hudson. Boom, gets caught. William said it's weird being the king of pervs in this community, and I go quiet using the times that people would imagine I would be most vocal. It makes sense. I realized what I do. It is strange, actually, how you are like really perverted and you display that when there's not really a reason to display it. But then when there is like something you can actually comment on, you just sort of sit back. I feel like in my mind, William sat there right now, just sitting back going, there you are. Just like Uncle Howdy did. Uncle Howdy saw darkness in Bo, and his reaction was, there you are. He was reveling in it. He was loving what he was seeing. In my mind, William's a massive perv. He's now seeing all the community turn into pervs, and he's just sat there going, there you are. There you are. Welcome to my world, pretties. Like that, he's reveling in it. Lapping it up. All of a sudden, doesn't seem like the barriers that normally exist are there anymore. We're all one. Wallowing in the muck. Wallowing in the same filth. There you are. I don't know why perverts do that. They do, though. They do. They love it, don't they? William is a master debater, said Corey. That's facts. That is facts. I've got very wet lips now. Rated R, that's what you are, said Drulius. Raven says, I'm glad I'm a good one. You're one of the good ones. You're just watching us all wallow in the... You've got your binoculars out watching us. We're there going, right, it's the Axiom is still in the ring. And he collides into Andre. William's too smart for his actions to not be intentional. His silence provides a safe space for the offended and the vulnerable. And then he strikes. Boom! Look at that shot in the back of the head by Axiom. Brutal, mate. Clothesline, lariat, back of the head. I love the fact that he reads them out loud, says Corey. William is secretly being hypnotized. This whole time we are his sheeps. What, we're just following him now. We're following his lead. We're doing his dirty work for... That's true, actually. He doesn't have to do anything. He's got us to the point where we're doing it for him now. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. He's created a perv army in this community. Lovely. Uranagi there by Andre Chase. Nathan Frazer down. Thea Hale definitely enjoyed that. Andre Chase trying to get over to the to his corner to make the tag to Duke Hudson. Chaz U versus Nathan and Axiom, apparently, according to the bottom. Right now, we've got Axiom working on the leg of Andre Chase. Charges over. Oh, takes Andre Chase down. He's trying to grab a hold of the arm. I'm not silent. I don't care about offending. I just effing strike, said James. That's true. Jadam said we need to rebel against the perv army. I don't know. I can't decide if I'm rebelling against it or if I'm a member of it. Don't know yet. Haven't decided. I'm going to see how it plays out. Andre Chase trying to get over to his corner as Axiom has managed to grab a hold of the leg. Have you ever been snaked by a woman before? What's that? What's that? What's snaked? I don't know what that means. Is that when they're like slither all over the top of you? It's only pretty much every night, mate. Or is it when they don't like text you back or something? Because that's pretty much every day as well. Duke Hudson goes against the ropes. Double clothesline. Down goes Axiom. Down goes Nathan Frazer. Just Me said, I feel so bad for this match. Those first two matches were boobs. Were amazing. Nathan, boom. Big shots coming in there by Duke Hudson. Duke Hudson's got a good size to him, hasn't he? Chase you. Boom. Down they go. Ben said the wholesome army will take this community back. Oh, I love your optimism. I love your optimism. Boom! Lovely. Uranagi. And, oh my God, big air. He's got Nathan up on his shoulders. Duke Hudson. Oh my God. Sentons onto Axiom was double kneesing Nathan. Yeah, good showing so far by Duke Hudson. I know this show is called Heatwave, but I didn't think it was that kind of heat. Very true. We all hoped. Against the ropes. Oh my God, imagine if we watch a wrestling show where we don't get to see a nipple again. Oh, I can't. Oh, that might be the end of my enjoying wrestling. That the bar has now been set. This is now the standard. Nathan goes against the ropes, gets caught there by Duke. Trini said, meanwhile, I'm the only innocent vaginal? Is that the word you wanted? Vaginal? Pure as snow. I can't lie this much. Never mind. I'm also a perky mod. Well, I love the fact that you've admitted you're vaginal. Right now we've got, is this like a razor's edge? Oh, into the corner goes Duke Hudson, face first. Yeah, this has got Axiom and Nathan back in the match. Boom, head scissor, takeover. Hudson to the outsides. All of a sudden, Nathan and Axiom starting to build up. Oh, look at that. Some offense. Look how quick Nathan is. Into Andre Chase. Straight over the commentary table. Duke Hudson goes down. Oh, mate. It's all happening right now. It's all happening. Has anyone thought maybe Tiffany will go to TNA and maybe cash in on Jordan Grace and start a war? No one has thought that. You are literally the first person that has thought that. Well done. Boom! Nathan! 1, 2. Shoulder up. Would that count as a world title? Is TNA recognized as a world title? I don't know. I don't think it is. If John Cena went to TNA and won their title, would he then become a 17-time world champion? That's an interesting question that I actually don't know the answer to. That's an interesting question. Over goes Duke Hudson. Kick coming in. Frazer. Yeah, okay. A little sloppy, but he got there. Duke Hudson, look at that. Handstands onto the bottom rope. Head scissors. Nathan Frazer over. Boom! Plants him. Great work by Duke. 2. Oh, shoulder up by Nathan. Shoulder up. James said yes, of course it is. Oh, is it? TNA should be recognized. It's been around longer than WCW and ECW combined. I don't know that it's about how long you're around. It's about if it is... Depends if it's recognized by WWE. That's interesting. If it's recognized, that's interesting. To be honest, I don't know how they feel about them because they've never acknowledged them till now. I'm sure within the world of TNA, it's regarded as a world title, but doesn't really mean a great deal if WWE don't recognize it as a world title. Because if Tiffany cashes in on that, has she just sacrificed winning a world title, or has she just found a different way of getting to a world title? I think that's a really interesting conversation. Only TNA haters would say no. It depends what WWE is. I genuinely don't know how they regard it. They've never ever spoke about it. Here we go. We're in the corner. Ric Flair counts NWA, WCW, and WWE, said Gypsy Panda. Did he ever win TNA, though? Boom! Nathan connects on Duke Hudson. 2. Huh? Oh, wow. Brilliant move there by Andre Chase to make the save. So he stepped on top of... when he stepped on top of him, I was like, but that's not breaking the pin. But it did distract the ref enough whereby it didn't get the 3 count. That was a big spot there. That was a big spot. I was really confused by that because I thought he was going to break the pin like they normally would. Instead, he stepped on top of Nathan Frazer, who was pinning Duke Hudson. And I was like, is that going to break the count? But it was enough of a distraction where the ref didn't count it. And then he was able to go into like a destroyer. Crazy spot. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. They're really into it. Forearm strike there by Andre Chase. We're about an hour and 12 minutes into this. So we're probably around the halfway point so far. Kicks coming in. They're getting blocked there by Andre Chase, who goes against the ropes. Axiom. Big boot there by Andre Chase. Andre goes against the ropes again. Nathan moves Axiom out the way. Oh, Axiom gets caught. Chop comes in. Oh, Nathan kicks Axiom by mistake. Oh, man, he's going to roll him up. 1, 2. Oh, Axiom kicks out. You could see that being the end. It felt like that could have been the end. They've really teased problems between these two. And when he accidentally kicked him there, definitely thought that was going to be it. But a kick out by Axiom. This match continues. Crowd are standing. Crowd are really into this. Drop kick there by Nathan Frazer. Duck underneath by Andre Chase. Lovely leg sweep. And he's gesturing to the crowds. And here we go. He's stomping away. Boom. Boom. Chase you. Andre Chase going to the outside, climbing up. And boom, crossbody, down goes Axiom. Oh. Nathan Frazer making the save. To the outside goes Nathan Frazer. Double underhooks. He's looking to try and plant Axiom. Axiom goes back to the corner. I think a tag was made. Nathan Frazer perched. Over the top. Rolls through. Goes back over. Big kick. Andre Chase looks spent, man. He looks spent. Here we go. Look, Nathan Frazer goes up. Little bit wobbly, but big superplex. Goes through. Picks him up. Kick to the back. Plants Andre Chase. Nathan Frazer over the top, comes crashing down onto Duke Hudson. It means that Axiom is in the ring to put Andre Chase away. And that might be it. That might be it. 1, 2, 3. And it is a win for Axiom and Nathan Frazer. They very much teased drama between these two. And these two splitting. We did wonder if it would be here. But it is not on this show. It is not here that these two have broken apart. They continue their tag title reign. So there we go. It is a win for these two in a really fun match. Using the official recognized totals by WWE TNA PWI of 16 championships and a record 6 United States reigns, Flair has won a total 30 different major championships, says Gypsy Panda Wrestling, between NWA, WCW, WWE, with numerous regional titles also to his credit. So what you're saying is that if you add everything, he's won 30 different major championships, but how many of those were world championships? And were some of those world championships in TNA? Because that would give us an answer as to whether WWE recognizes them or not. That relationship may have changed now that they're working with them. But, for example, how many times do they say AJ Styles has been a world champion? That might answer the question as well. It all comes down to, do WWE recognize TNA's belts as legit world championships? I can't answer it. I don't know. I think it's a really good question. I don't know. Is Wesley backstage? Tonight was meant to be me regaining my championship. I had one of the best singles runs of all time. You know, I was very frustrated. He's very frustrated. I failed. I mean, he did. Femi was the better man tonight. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Ninja XOX said, am I a casual because I don't watch NXT? No, I don't think that's what makes a casual a casual. I think that a casual is somebody that just watches wrestling from time to time. I think a casual, it's hard to define. I don't know that there is like an exact definition, but first of all, I would say a casual is not a bad term. I wouldn't say if you are a casual, that's like a terrible thing to be. I feel that if you're a casual, you just don't really have time to watch all the wrestling that people watch, you know? You don't get to watch like the kickoff shows. You don't get to watch, you know, maybe NXT, or maybe you can't watch Raw every week, SmackDown every week. You have to rely on looking at results. I think a casual could even be someone that just tunes into WrestleMania, tunes into SummerSlam, just tunes into the premium. Like, I don't bother with Raw and SmackDown, but I do enjoy watching the pay-per-views. Like that could be a casual. A casual could be someone that watches WrestleMania, comes back for SummerSlam, doesn't even watch the pay-per-views in between, you know? A casual could be someone that just watches the odd Raw every now and again, the odd SmackDown. There's not really like there's not really a parameter that goes, well, this is what makes you a hardcore and this is what makes you a casual. Yeah, I could not really define it other than to say it's clearly someone that doesn't watch everything of WWE. I mean, people have said if you only watch WWE, does that make you a casual? I mean, I think it makes you a WWE fan, but I don't know. I mean, for me, I don't worry about those tags too much. We do use them because I do think they are relevant to certain conversations that we have. And, you know, for us, we watch everything. And for us, it's hard to fathom that not everybody watches everything. You kind of take that for granted, you know, that everyone watches NXT, everyone watches Raw, everyone watches every SmackDown, everyone watches every PLE, but that's just not the case. It's not the case. So as a result, you do have people that can't watch everything and they are casual fans. But that's not a derogatory term. It's not like calling someone a jobber or calling someone a mark or like trying to, like, you know, be disrespectful. It's just a term for someone that isn't able to watch everything. I mean, their lives maybe don't allow them to watch everything, so I don't know quite where we draw that line. I don't know when you become a casual, when you're not a casual. But I would say if you don't watch NXT, that's not a problem. NXT, I feel, there's a little bit of a separation between NXT and the main roster. There is that degree of crossover, but if you watched every Raw and every SmackDown and every premium live event, I would really struggle to call you a casual. I wouldn't be. I think that you are watching the main roster. You could watch more, you know. I don't watch NXT Level Up. I don't watch Main Event. So am I a casual? I think you'd struggle to call me a casual. Go on, do it. I dare you. Try it. Just flip and try it. So, I don't know, where do you draw that line? I watch all wrestling, WWE, AEW, MLW, and the Indies, especially NWA and the reality of wrestling, says Kim's Chains. Do you watch Beyond? Do you watch Progress? Do you watch Pro Wrestling Tease? If you don't watch Pro Wrestling Tease, then you're a casual. But I only watch WWE, says Raven. I do as well. I do. I used to watch AEW, but I don't watch it anymore. Just me said, I'm a casual basketball fan and it's okay. Oh, mate, I'm a super casual basketball fan. I watch the playoffs if the Raptors are in it. Otherwise, I don't really watch it. Daze might not be a casual, but he's definitely a boomer. That is true. Michael said, what did Michael say? What did Michael say? Michael said, Daze, listen to me. Okay. Cena is not done. Next year, he will be doing a Hogan-like turn, and he's going to stay on for 5 or 10 more years. Okay. I agree he's going to stay on, but I don't think he's wrestling beyond next year. Gypsy Panda said, I've watched every wrestling show that I could or can since 1976. What? That's mental and awesome. That is really cool. What was you watching then during the late 70s? Was that like your local territory? What would that have been? Yami said, Daze, the women's US title and IC title, they are in the works. I think NXT is testing secondary women's titles. And since it's going well, the main roster can use something more for the women. Yeah, do we know where that was reported? Who actually confirmed that? I only ask because I keep getting sent these AI flipping belts. And whenever I see like an AI generated picture, I'm always very suspicious. So I don't know where that's come from. Drulius said, Daze, Randy has the most wins against John Cena, 44. Edge is second with 34. Corey said, do you watch ARW Pro? No one watches ARW Pro. No one watches that, buds. That was very good in 2023, but no one watches it in 2024. Right, we should be moving on. Let's end this poll. Oh, there he is. There's Javon. There's the young OG. His first premium live event, the young OG. There's Shawn Spears, very focused. That last match got a great rating. Wow. Great 72%. The worst rated match of the night, apart from the pre-show match. God, amazing. Look, I've got my, look at that. Oba Femi Wesley, great 73. Kelani Jordan Sol Ruca, great 74. Axiom Nathan against Chase U, great 72. 73, 74, 72. I feel like these matches are going to go like that in order. Santino said, I hate when people try and act as if they're a better fan because they watch all the wrestling, when in reality I find it hard to believe that people have that much time on their hands, says Santino. No, I reckon there are people, you know, that do watch a lot of wrestling and have found a way to fit it into their schedules. I don't doubt that. But like I said earlier, I think if you are a casual, I really don't think that is a disrespectful term. I think it's only disrespectful if you regard yourself as being more than that, you know? Like, I would take it as a knock because, I mean, we're here for every Raw, every NXT, every SmackDown, every premium live event. I spend all day on flipping Twitter, reading what people send me and looking, seeing what the news is and stuff like that. So for someone to turn around and go, you're just a casual fan, you'd be like, oh my God, well, must be a high bar then if I'm a casual fan. So, but I think like if you are someone that goes to work like I did and struggled to watch every show like I did, you know, there's lots of shows where I had to read the results and I had to, you know, I said before, I used to watch not loads, but I watched a bit of Bruce Blitz, who I don't think does it anymore. And I suppose he was the JD from New York of his day, where he would get really worked up, really animated, really annoyed at stuff. And he hated John Cena. Hated John Cena. If ever John Cena was on the show, you would be like, oh man, I can't wait to see what Bruce Blitz would think about it. I suppose it was a bit like Jim Cornette. You know, if something happens in like AEW that everyone's talking about that's really cringe, I've no doubt people are like, oh, I can't wait for the Jim Cornette clip. Can't wait to hear him going off. People seem to really enjoy when people are gonna go off, you know? That seems to be something, and I get it because I was like that. If John Cena was on the show and did something, I used to think like, oh, I bet Bruce Blitz is gonna go mental tonight on his video. But I didn't watch him like every day or anything. He was just someone that I would check in with, you know, from time to time with others. But yeah, I used to like read results and not get a chance to watch like the show every single week. At that point, I would class myself as a casual. I wasn't able to watch every show. But, like, you know, your life kind of dictates what you can do, really. Life can get in the way. You know, there's people out there with, like, wives. Imagine that. Imagine that. And they have to take them out for meals and stuff. Oh, my God. You know? And they might have kids and who have birthdays and want to go places, you know? And as a result, you might not be able to watch Raw and SmackDown every week. So life can get in the way, can't it? So I think at that point, if you're not able to watch all the matches, then you probably are a casual, but you're probably all right with that. And as I said, it's not like a disrespectful tag. Here's Roxanne, here's Lola. All right, this match should bang. It's an interesting conversation, though. Where is that line? I don't know that there's an easy answer. We're just seeing... here's Lola. We're just seeing Roxanne with a smile on her face. Here's Lola. Here's a smile on her face. She's left the tears in Orlando. Lola making her way down to the ring. We saw her backstage with, like, gloves on it. She must have just been doing, like, some warm-ups or something. She doesn't have gloves on now. So Booker was just trying to talk about that promo. He was like, man, if you heard her promo and you weren't heartfelt, he couldn't quite find the words. They're trying to paint her as the face in this, aren't they? Here's Roxanne. Roxanne making her way down. More in the sense of sitting down watching 7 hours of WWE plus pay-per-views, then 3 hours of AEW. My mind can't comprehend that, says Santino. Yeah, it can be done. There are people that like work from home and stuff that can put it on, and some people that aren't able to work and that can find a way of fitting it into their schedules. It can be done. She's got the belt off. She's in the corner. She's wearing all white. She looks lovely. How are we feeling about the show, said Simulation? I think the show has been solid. I think the show has been solid. I think the pace has been pretty consistently fast, and I would like to see that varied a bit more. I'd like to see that. I mean, I feel like a lot of the action is just quick, move. I would like to see some variation in that pace. I would like to see some selling. I would like to see some people really, like, you know, down in the corner, like, oh my God, like, how are they going to get back from this? Crowd, like, maybe the crowd filling in some of the silences as, like, both wrestlers are down and stuff like that. Like, I think it's been a really solid show, but I think it's interesting trying to go, how would you make this better? This is not a 10 out of 10 show. It is not a show that I don't know. I don't know that I'll ever return to it, to be honest. I don't know that it's a show I'll ever really speak of again so far. But it's not a bad show. It's a good show. Every match has got a great rating on the main card. So, I mean, in-ring wise, they have been delivering. But I think it's very interesting to go, well, okay, what's that next level then? How do we go above what we've seen? And I think that's quite interesting to chew over, actually. Right now, we've got Lola in the corner, and we've got Roxanne throwing in a shot. Smile on the face there of Lola as Roxanne looked a little nervous for a second. It's an interesting channel has been added to the Discord, said Alexa Gamer. Is it a boobs one? It's probably a boobs one, isn't it? The Ricker Reel said, this show needs Julia. Big Time said it's great show for developmental standards. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. If you think this is the developmental brand, yes. Again, I'll be very interested to see what the thoughts of people are. Working on the arm of... Oh, shot to the midsection there by Lola. Donald said, I love Latino women. My wife is from Puerto Rico. Big Time said, the show needs Julia, an Ethan Page title win, or a surprise Josh Alexander appearance. Here we go. Lola has grabbed Roxanne. Back elbow there by Roxanne. Going over against the ropes. Reversed. Boom. Oh, she went for that spinning back fist. She's excellent with that spin. She's like, I'm that close, man. I was that close. So Roxanne on the outside of the ring. Oh, that was pretty fun. Lola just went, literally just chucked herself over. There was no kind of like big flip over or using her arms for leverage. She just sort of like a lemming went. Head first, just went straight over, just went with the flow. I'm doing this now. Off I go. Sometimes you see people like, you know, use their arms or kind of go with it like this. Not Lola. Edge of the ring. Into the corner. It worked. I'm not saying it didn't work. It just looked different. Face first into the middle turnbuckle. Julia won't be on the show. She is wrestling in Japan for Marigold today, but we could get a video, says James. Simulation said, speaking of titles, is AEW's world title prestigious enough for someone to call it a world title? Excellent question. This is what James's point was. So if you watch those promotions, to you it absolutely is a world title. But I'm looking at it, or we're looking at it from like a WWE perspective, you know, because we're talking about, could Tiffany use her Money in the Bank to cash it in for a TNA belt? Or if we were working with AEW, could she cash it in for an AEW belt, right? So at the end of the day, it comes down to, does WWE recognize those belts? Because if you have got like the Money in the Bank and you cash it in on a different promotion's title, when you could have cashed it in on Bayley's belt or on Liv's belt, and that is definitely going to class as a world title, right? If you don't do that and instead you go and cash it in on AEW or on TNA, it all comes down to if WWE are going to recognize it. And I would imagine the answer to that would be no. I would imagine WWE do not recognize AEW's championship. Which, you know, it doesn't really matter that it's come out of nowhere. I mean, it was just created in 2019. It has no history, no backstory, it's not connected to no lineage. It was just, poof, created out of thin air. And now here we go, this is a world title. And we're going to recognize it as a world title, right? That's not really a problem. Because you can say that WWE did the same with the belt that Damian has got right now. That was created out of thin air. That had no back history, did it? I believe the same was done with the Universal Championship. That was created out of thin air. That had no backstory, no history. So it's not that that's the problem, really. It's just WWE won't recognize it. I don't know about companies like Wrestling Observer or PW Insider. I mean, if you go into their Hall of Fames, would they count them? Would they count them? They very well may do. You know, in their eyes, if you've been AEW champ, WWE champ, TNA champ, you could be a 3-time world champion. In WWE, I'm thinking you're probably a 1-time world champion. So the answer to that question is going to be, it depends who you ask. That's the honest answer. It depends who you ask. If you ask an AEW fan, the answer will be yes. If you ask Dave Meltzer, I think the answer would probably be yes. If you ask WWE, I think the answer will be no. And obviously, we look at it from a WWE perspective. Certainly, if we're talking about should Tiffany cash in on TNA. But because we're working with TNA, I don't know if the answer to that might have changed now. So I'm really interested in that TNA one. Because they might recognize it now. They might recognize it now. But if they recognize it now, does that mean that they will retrospectively recognize it as well? Does that change anyone's numbers? Because that's an interesting conversation as well. How many times champ has Naomi? Didn't Naomi win the Knockouts Women's Championship? So if we do recognize it now, how many times has Naomi been world champion? I do not have the answers to this question, unfortunately. But I do love the conversation. Into the edge of the ring goes Roxanne. Ah, spinning back fists. Roxanne moves out the way. She just clobbered that ring post. And now we've got Roxanne stomping on the hand. Oh, mate. She just backfist that flipping ring post. Art King said, I forgot about Naomi. WWE doesn't recognize a lot of championships from the companies that they brought, says Alkaline Prime. Boom. Well, famously, Ric Flair has more world title reigns than the 16. I think he has estimated that his actual number is around 20-something, but they're not all recognized. Right now, we've got Roxanne pulling back on the arm of Lola. Rolling Lola over, going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Was the WWE CW win a world title? If so, Ezekiel Jackson for the Hall of Fame? Oh, that's a good question. I didn't regard that as a world title. I didn't think it was. I don't think I've ever heard of that being recognized as a world championship, so I don't think so. But then that's really interesting. That would be interesting to go back and look and see what WWE class those holders as. Oh, I don't think so, but I would definitely have to look into that. Here's Roxanne going against the ropes. Nice reversal. Boom. Lola kicks out at Roxanne. Roxanne grabbing a hold of the arm. She's trying to get Lola down. Nice roll through there. Boom. She's got her up and she plants Lola. Lola down. Good match, this. This match actually is providing what I want. It's a little bit more change of pace. A little bit more, you know, light and dark. Fast and slow. Oh, I think she totally missed that, Roxanne. She went way too far. Lola capitalizes with a triangle choke. Referee counting, though, because Lola's shoulders were down. Oh, Roxanne went for the back fist. Oh, there it is by Lola. Great selling by Roxanne. Flops to the outside. That was great. Yeah, I like this. I like this. This feels like a real battle between these two. I think if a business has been there for 10 years with financial backing, then it should be. I'm sure... Oh, where did it go? Can we never speak of that WWE CW BS again? It hurt ECW. I mean, that's true. I don't disagree with you on that. Do you know, I'd be down for them trying it again, though. I don't think Heyman wants to, but, you know, that was ruined because of it going on Sci-Fi, and Sci-Fi wanted a certain influence, and Vince obviously wanted a certain influence, and so that show was never what it should have been. But under this new regime... Boom! Shot there by Roxanne, and again, she's got the arm of Lola. I don't know why WWE don't introduce a third brand, because I think there's room for it. I think there's room, and I think there's a big enough roster for it as well. Could do a show on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Oh, kick to the midsection. Ah, kick to the midsection there by Lola, and again. Look at these kicks. Her kicks are so good. They are so good. Roxanne goes down, and look at the disrespect. This reminds me of Aleister Black. She went for that back fist, but didn't get it. Pop rocks. Oh, connects. 1, 2. Kick out by Lola. Kick out by Lola. Pop rocks had connected. Oh, she screams as she grabs a hold of Lola. Chucks Lola out the ring. Lola goes to the outside. Roxanne goes to the outside as well. She strips the top off that commentary table. Yeah, this isn't what you normally see from Roxanne Perez. She snapped. She snapped. Roxanne Perez has snapped. She grabs Lola. You will never be champion. She chucks her on top of the commentary table. Roxanne gonna go for Pop Rocks. Pop Rocks! Gets it! Oh! On the commentary table! Damn! You will never be champion! And then she Pop Rocks her on the commentary table. Commentary table didn't break. Commentary table didn't break. Oh! Kick out by Lola! Damn, man. Damn! Boom! This is great. Bang! Look at that. Crossface applied. Crossface applied. Pulling back. Brilliant. Brilliant as Lola is over by the ropes, reaching out. Trying to get to that rope. But Roxanne, no joy. Pop Rocks! Pop Rocks! Oh, man! And again! Oh, my God, she's throwing everything at her. She's got her by the straps. Oh, my God. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. 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 Love that ending. Love that ending. Oh, she just kept hitting her with Pop Rocks after Pop Rocks after, and even when it went like a bit botchy, a bit off, it didn't matter. The determination, the viciousness, grabbing her by the straps. Get over here. I'm going to Pop Rocks you again. Boom, smashing her again. It was vicious. It was brutal. It was unrelenting. It was brilliant. It was a brilliant, brilliant ending to that match. Oh, mate. So good. Love that. Look, she hit her, and then she's like, we're doing it again. We're going again. Boom. Oh, they edited out the one that was a little bit botchy. I don't think they should. I said it right at the start of the stream. There's botches and there's botches. There's some botches that like look awkward and can ruin the flow. But then there's some that just, they don't really take away. I mean, like, if you're in a fight, not every shot's going to land perfect. Not everything's going to look perfect. Sometimes the imperfections actually add to the realism. And that was an example where it was a little off. She still hit it, but it added to the realism for me. That didn't take me out of it. That was just, that brought me in it even more, man. I really enjoyed that. Great finish. Let's get your thoughts, though. What did you think about that match? Pop Rocks. After Pop Rocks. I always think she should sell some Pop Socks because I think they would sell well with Roxanne's face on. Pop Socks. Brutal, mate. I'm still laughing about the botched crotch shot last night. It's beautiful, weren't it? Did you see the other angle as well that's done the rounds today? So he punches him and punches him in the anus, right? You're probably not going to stop someone like Kevin Owens by punching him in the anus. Maybe you will, I'm not sure. I've never tried. But it didn't stop him. So then he had to go again, didn't he? But the thing was, this time, he didn't punch him in the dong, because you don't really do that. You you get your forearm, that's what hits the dong. This actually goes like right the way through the front, right? So the first one, in the anus. Second one, he went more like that, and that's kind of how you should do it. Problem was, he ended up punching his brother in the head on the second one. So he goes, bang, in the anus. And then second time, bang, he punches his brother in the head because his brother was being held upside down. His brother was being held upside down in a pile driver type move at the time. So there's a video doing the rounds where his brother is upside down, and the second one, boom, Tongaloa punches him in the head, in the anus, in the head of his brother. I mean, those are two brilliant shots, aren't they? Brilliant shots. Technically, the second one he did correct, but just everything about it, glorious. Glorious. So, yeah, if you've not seen that video of him punching his brother in his head, it is pretty fun. It was so good, says Metal Mama. Big Time said, that was very professional by Roxanne. Rather than win with a botched finish, that could have been the one thing that people would highlight. She adjusted it on the fly. Oh, it's great. Oh, brilliant. My favourite match of the night. My favourite match. I said, what would make this better? Let's alter the pace a little bit. Let's have some slow moments. Then have some quicker moments. Let's have some moments that, you know, it reminds me of like Kelani and Ruca are doing all this amazing stuff, but it's amazing thing after amazing thing after amazing thing. It reminds me of Triple H talking about how there's gunshots in films and how he would rather have one at the end that has a lot of significance rather than loads of gunshots that don't mean anything. And I think the Kelani Soul one had loads of really cool stuff, and it's a great score and it's a great match. But I think what stopped it getting to that next level was it was like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And it's just diminishing returns, really. Whereas with that match, you know, you build up to like a Pop Rocks on the commentary table and the place erupts. The place is like, oh my God. And then she gets in and the match continues a bit. And then she like, you know, Pop Rocks. She's really frustrated. She can't put her away, so she has to hit her again and again and again with this. Like, there's actually a story there. There's a psychology there. There's a reasoning as to why she's doing that. She tried to hit it once and it didn't work, so she had to go for it multiple times. And you can understand that. You can understand why she's getting frustrated. You can understand why she's having to do what she's having to do. There's a story. There's a reasoning. It's so much more enjoyable. Brilliant. I can't praise that finish enough. I thought it was excellent. So, love that last match. I've enjoyed all the matches tonight, but you know, if this final match, this main event, can get to that same level as what we've just saw, I think this will be a really, really well-received show. I think it's going to be well-received anyway, but we don't want this main event to let it down now, do we? We don't want this main event to kind of bring the scores down, because I think this is on track for a really good score, this show. I think it's on track to get a really good reaction. Or at least that's what I'm anticipating. That's what I'm expecting, is for people to say that they enjoyed it. Right, we are 1 hour, 50 minutes into this. So we know that this main event is going to get time. I don't know how long, but it's going to get time. So we're going to get Trick versus Javon versus Shawn versus Trick, Javon, Shawn, and Ethan. Okay, we're just having a look at some social media stuff. Like this, we looked at this on Unseen. It's Lexis King challenging Tony on Tuesday. We just saw the Brooks Jensen thing that's happening Tuesday. Now we've got Tony. He was in his garden. Yeah, he got a call from Luca. He's replying to the Lexis. I haven't seen this one. Starts talking about me. Talking about taking away my Italian Heritage Cup. I'm the Don of NXT. You want a match on Tuesday? Set it up, Ava. I'm gonna slap that fake ass beard right off of your face. Oh, he's gone back to watering his basil plant. There we go. He's having a lovely day. So there we go. Lexis King, Tony D'Angelo, Heritage Cup match on Tuesday. The time Chael Son and Mr. Spinning Back Fist on Anderson Silva was a botch, says Wrestle with Andy. Simulation said 15 years for a business to exist and legit title holders would make that world title prestigious, says Simulation 54. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that it's about, I don't know. I can't put a parameter on it because, you know, someone like Beyond Wrestling and like I don't know how long they've been around, but is their title a world title? I mean, I think you were right when you said about maybe you've got to be on TV and you've got to have like big backers. I mean, I feel like didn't Ring of Honor have a lot of financial backing, but their TV was always quite sketchy. So, and they've always been seen as like King of the Indies. So I don't know that you would recognize their title as a legit world championship. I think everyone's going to have slightly different interpretations of it. It's an interesting conversation. Right, where I needed those scores. I didn't jot those scores down. Let me jot them down. Great 59. Oh, wow. Wow. We've got a new match of the night. Oh, that's nice. I like that. I'm with you. So we looked at the scores before. Oba Femi Wesley, great 73. Kelani Jordan Sol Ruca, great 74. Chase U against Axiom and Nathan, great 72. Roxanne Lola, great 80. Great 80%. 6% better than Kelani and Sol Ruca. I agree. I agree. That was my match of the night as well. So I think that definitely delivered. Can this get into that sort of range? Can this be knocking on that great 80 door as well? Right, we're just looking at Javon, the young OG. I'm at a solid 8 for this show. I would go to a 9 if we got surprises, but it's still very good, said Big Time. Sis said, Drew is now suspended indefinitely. I think he'll show up to CM Punk's house as a stalker. He's got nothing to lose now. Former ECW champ Mikey Whipwreck for the Hall of Fame, says Wrestle Andy. James said, some people probably actually pay good money to get punched in the anus. William Hensey, yeah. Art King said, I'm not a fan of anyone in this match, but I do kind of like Ethan and Shawn. You don't like Trick Williams? You don't like the young OG? Well, I am surprised. Here's Stevie. It's weird what they're doing with Stevie. They're not really using her as an in-ring talent so much. The women's roster is hot, literally and figuratively. The women have been on fire all weekend, said Zoom Station. Who have we got in this match? I have Trick. We asked people earlier on the channel and 69% had Trick. I think Ethan came in second, if I remember right. But yeah, I've got Trick winning this personally. But I do think that this Fatal 4-Way gives you a perfect way of getting a title change if you do want to go down those roads. I do love Ethan. He's my guy, said James. But I think that Trick retains. Kim Shane said, when I was young, I went to a wrestling show in London in the early 80s. Wow. Tiger Mask against Mil Mascares. Really? That's really cool. I didn't even know that match had happened in London. Tiger Mask against Mil Mascares. That's really cool. Here we go. Here's Javon. Bouncy. Man, if you've never seen Javon Evans, you will be thinking about Javon Evans after you watch this match. He has an ability to make an impression. Bouncy. Javon Evans making his way down. Look at this. 3 months since he debuted. 3 months since he debuted. I know what this young man is feeling right now, says Booker. So here we go, Javon Evans is in the ring. Here is Shawn Spears. Javon Evans is the Charlie Bucket of this Fatal 4-Way. Young OG looks brilliant, says Dro. He looks ready. Javon Evans, future youngest world champ. If they want to do it, yes. If they want to go in that direction, yes. But it's just, do they want to do that? Do they want to tell that story? Do they want to go in that direction? Isn't it like 24 or something? I think at the moment he's got a few years. So if you really did want to do it, it's going to be like most things, though. I mean, I don't know that someone's going to come along that's going to just naturally get there in time. I think you have to want to beat that record if you want to beat that record. Like WWE are going to have to want to break it, you know? Because you might have to call him up just a bit earlier than you would want. You would definitely have to put him in a title match maybe earlier than you would expect or plan to. I mean, maybe you call him up and he wins Money in the Bank, you know? What if he wins Money in the Bank next year, Javon Evans? And then he could cash in and he could then become the youngest world champion. There is a way of getting there, but you'd probably, you know, you'd have to pull the trigger on him. Here's Ethan. Kind of tells you something when the likes of Ethan comes out and says how bad and chaotic AEW backstage was and how it's run, says James. K-Dub said Spears looks like Casey Jones. Yeah, he did actually. Here's Ethan, but just without the hockey stick. Spears looks cool. Spears looks like a Power Ranger, said Mitchell. Art King said, I doubt it. Who won the North American Championship match? It was Oba Femi. I love Paige, but Trick finds a way, says A. Jobson. Isn't Randy Orton the youngest? Well, I believe he is, yeah. I have a lot in common with Ethan Page. I, too, think that AEW is a chaotic cluster hole, says Aubrey. Whoop that era, said T. Okay, he's got a jacket. What's it say? President of what? President of the what? President of the USA. Is he? Is he? Oh, there we go. Breaking news. Breaking news. Ah, Yes! Ah, just put it in my veins. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. Ah, it's just the best entrance music. That chick. Whoop that chick. Louds! Louds! He looks great as well. Look at the attire. White with flames. Check out the tights. Yeah, man. Booker loves it. Channeling that Harlem heat. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. Oh, he looks so good. He looks so cool. He looks so cool. This is the man. This is the man. This is him. This is the guy. I really don't have any doubt that he goes on to main event WrestleMania. I mean, not next, but like, look, he's got the size, he's got the look, he's got the charisma, he's got the entrance, he's got the connection with the fans. This is him. This is him. That's him. That's him right there. He's him as well, though. He is also him. There's lots of hymns. 2027 says Art King. Jim said, I'm hoping that a Canadian wins. I think it says resident of the USA. Oh, I thought it said president. As a way of trolling Canadian fans, said AKF, right? I thought he was claiming he was the president. I was like, damn, Joe Biden looks good. People are saying that he should step aside because he's a bit old, but he looks good. Here he is. Here he is. Yes. Look at how fired up the crowd are, man. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. He got mentioned by Carmelo at like the kickoff show. And the crowd reacted there as well for Money in the Bank. Oh, God damn, it's going to be in my head now. It's going to be in my head. I can never flip and shake that song once it's in there. I like him more than Mello, said Art King. Right, Ethan Page jumps out the ring. It's still weird seeing it. Oh, bouncy. Have you ever figured out why that trick needs to be whooped? Well, is a trick like a naughty lady? Is it one of those naughty ladies? Is that a trick? So when we say whoop that trick, I don't think, I think we're saying, aren't we saying like whoop these three tricks? Whoop these tricks. I think we're saying that, aren't we? Whoop that trick there, the bouncy one. Whoop that trick there, the president one. And whoop that trick there, the chair one. Whoop these tricks. We should be saying whoop these tricks, really. Whoop these tricks. Whoop these tricks. Right now, we've got Shawn and Ethan on the outside. Getting back into the ring. Oh, hello. They're like, let's go. So, Trick's down and Javon's down. We've got some 10 chants. They're not letting that go, are they? 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. I feel like I'm squeezing boobs. Oh, they both poked each other in the eye because they're both cheeky monkeys. Big shots coming in there by Trick and Javon. Tricks are freaky women. Have you ever seen Hustle and Flow? No. I am aware that's where it came from, but I have not seen the film. Getting bouncy. Trick. Oh, net breaker. Little sloppy there, but here we go. This is the match I want. I want these two one-on-one. This is what I want. Okay, we've got some respect being shown. Kick coming in there, but Trick grabs him. Takes him over. Javon gets up round the back. Javon rolls up Trick. 1, 2. Gets the ropes, goes. Mate. Mate, off the rope. You see that by Javon? Went over by the rope and was like, shh. You just don't know what he's going to do. I don't even know if he knows what he's going to do. Straight over goes Trick. Young OG straight over the top. Lovely. Going for the cover. Kick out by Trick. And Javon's like, Look at the face on Trick Williams there. Nice. Good work there by Javon. Javon, middle rope. Straight over the top of Trick. Trick, boom, comes crashing down on Javon. Gets Javon, plants him. I should imagine competing against Javon is quite frustrating. It's like trying to wrestle a flipping fly. Again, on that top rope. No joy. Yes. Sometimes you just need to get a big right hand and just go, stop doing that. Here's Shawn Spears with a white chair. Racist. Kick coming in there by Trick. And again, Javon would be amazing speed champ. Yes, that would be good. Like Razor and 1, 2, 3 Kit. That's a fun comparison. Bit of a bad camera angle. Young OG is so young. Whatever he does, whenever he wants, it's epic, said Mr. B. Trick plants Ethan and Shawn. Here's Javon. Javon on the outside. Springboard, crossbody. Takes down Ethan and Shawn again. Now we go back to Trick and Javon. Javon gets planted. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. So, early stages of this match, but really fun. 2 hours, 10 minutes. That's how long the show's been going for. Josh Alexander was at Money in the Bank last night. His wife was backstage, said Jeremy. At what point does he become OG, said Mitchell? 21. We all know that as soon as you go past 21, you become a boomer, so he's fine until 21. Lovely. Ethan suplexing Javon into Shawn Spears. Now he gets Javon. Boom. Smacks him into his foot. Big right hand there by Shawn. And Javon seated in the corner. All the chairs in Canada white due to the snow? That's a good question, Mr. B. Boom. Javon gets thrown into Trick, into Shawn. Ethan has got Javon up, plants him. 1, 2. Kick out again. Can't wait until Trick is on the main roster. Imagine Trick against Drew, or Trick against Randy, or Trick against Roman. Let's go. I completely agree. So many great matches for Trick. Ethan climbing up, looking out, looking around at the crowd. Ethan. Chop coming in there by Shawn. So Ethan taking a moment. Do we think we'll see another Finger of Doom spot close out of PLE, said LB? Yeah, at some point I do. I feel like wrestling... is going to be around for hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. It goes back thousands of years. So there's no reason to think why it won't still be around in hundreds, thousands of years. Unless we've managed to destroy the planet and we're all gone, of course. So at some point, someone's probably going to make that mistake again. 1, 2, double pin as Ethan and Trick were both pinning people at the same time there. Unfortunately, we will have to dream for Trick versus Cena. Maybe. I don't know. It depends if he gets called up by the end of 2025. Maybe he'll be Cena's last opponent, a passing of the torch. Trick versus Cena. Cena's final match at the end of 2025. Cena loses and passes the torch to Trick Williams. Chair shot there by Shawn. Jab to the midsection by Shawn as well. Here we go. Let's get bouncy. Oh, man. Nailed with a chair mid-air. Young OG got that wrong. He went bouncing off the ropes. Boom. Chair getting set up in the corner for Shawn Spears. Or Cena could go to NXT, said KOF97. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe. He probably should pop down to NXT for at least one appearance. Right now, we got Trick on the shoulders. Boom! Into the chair! Here we go. Cover 1, 2. Shoulder up by Trick. Shoulder up. Look at this. Oh, midair. Mate, Javon getting battered. Trick getting planted into a chair that was set up in the corner. Some good spots here. Trick wins, and then hopefully someone from TNA will come out. Otherwise, a bit of a boring weekend, said Macca Rice. Edward said, is it just me, or I think you should win your last match? Well, I think... The old rule is that you would lose it, and it's a way of giving back to the business. And I do like to see people doing that, but I don't know. It's not a one-size-fits-all, really. Boom, straight over. I actually think with Cena, I don't think it matters so much because he's lost a lot of matches. He's given back a lot. You know, he lost to Theory, he lost to Solo, he lost to Roman. He's lost a lot. I think he even joked about it, saying, I can't even remember the last match I won. Like, one-on-one. So, he has given a lot back. So, to be honest with you, does beating Cena actually mean much in 2025? Because so many people have done it now. So I don't know. Like, if you build Cena up and have him, like, looking like classic Cena, vintage Cena... We protect him again and he looks really good, then maybe putting over someone like Trick in his final match would mean something, and maybe then you could make an argument for doing it. But I don't know, he seems to have a story planned. I'm interested to see what that story is going to be. I'm not really going into it with any expectations, to be honest. Ethan goes into the ring post. Big shot coming in there by Trick. Ethan and Trick on the outsides. He's got... Oh, let's go! Javon straight over the top to the outsides into Trick Williams, who goes into the barricade. Let's get bouncy. Let's get bouncy. Let's go. Young OG, Air OG. Ah, mates. Love it. Love it. Boom. What a great camera angle as well. That camera shot on the outside as Javon's coming like fly. Look brilliant. Look really good. Right now, look. Here we go. Oh, Shawn Spears has grabbed Javon, got him on his shoulders. Ah! Oh, but Ethan chucked Shawn out the ring. 1, 2. Oh, my God, he kicked out. How did he kick out? How did he kick out? How did he kick out? Mate, so good. So good. Some good stuff in this. Crowd are booing away as Ethan Page looks around. Would we rather have Cena win the IC or complete the world title records? Oh, definitely the world title records. I don't think the Grand Slams mean anything. We don't really ever talk about Grand Slams or stuff like that. I mean, I feel like we talk about 16-time world champ. Here's the 17-time world champ or whatever. We talk about that a lot more than we do Grand Slams. A lot more. I mean, I don't think Undertaker ever held the IC title. I don't think that anyone really cares. Boom, straight up. Young OG, Spanish fly! Oh, mates! Oh, God, he's just a human highlight reel. Ah, my God, what a cutter! What a cutter! What a cutter! Oh, Trick had to make that save. He had to make that save. He was in the rafters. He just went up to the flipping rafters. Mate, he just... Oh, my God. Oh, give him the belt. Give him the belt. Give him all the belts. Oh, my God, the replay. It's too good. It's too good. The young OG. Shots coming in back and forth between Javon and Trick right now. Big right hand there by Javon. Kick coming in by Trick. Oh, my God. Against the ropes. Boom. Trick and Javon going back and forth. Mr. B said he's a young highlight machine. Young OG against Oba Femi. Oh, mate, what a match that would be. What? Perhaps he is the one that beats Oba Femi. Perhaps he's the one. Javon Evans, what is he doing? He's staring over at the commentary table. Oh, he had something in his mind there, but he got stopped by Shawn Spears. Ah, Trick needs a Spinaroonie. K-Dub said, this card has been so good. Mr. B said, the kid was born for this. Here's Spears. Grabbing Javon. Right now, what's he going to do? Superplex him to the... What? No, what's he doing? He's thinking about what? Suplexing him to the outside. Yeah, I didn't see a way forward there. But what's he going for? He's like, oh, hang on, here's Javon. Javon's bounced up. We're right on the top. Spanish fly again. Oh! Cutter. Cutter from the top. Goes up. Boom! Lovely! 1, 2... Oh my God, Trick Williams keeps having to make the save because Javon Evans keeps putting these heels away. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, I would say that the wrestling world's going to be buzzing about Javon after this, but... It didn't break. I think Javon did. Oh my God, Javon went up and Trick just hurled him into the edge of the commentary table. Oh. Rest in peace is the chant. Rest in peace is the chant. Man, I was just about to say, I would say the wrestling world will be talking about Javon Evans, but I think they're talking about him anyway. But scrap that. They're going to be talking about him once again. Oh, probably like how great of a talent he was. Look at this. We've got a sharpshooter applied. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Boom. Kick to the side of the heads. Ethan Page has got Trick up. Razor's Edge. Boom. Does he call it an ego's edge? Here's Javon. He gets the foot on the rope. Javon gets the foot on the rope. RIP his ribs. I know. I know. I can't believe Javon got back up. Javon, I think, did he just stick his middle finger up at Ethan? Shots coming in there by Ethan. Boom, boom, boom. How is he up? Said, no, I don't know. I don't know how he's up after that. He probably shouldn't be. Ethan Page has got a few words with Javon. Javon down. Ethan with Javon picks him up, got him up on his shoulders. Shawn grabbing Javon. Don't know what we're doing here. Trick. Oh, delivers a knee into Javon. Another knee into Ethan. Has he done it? No! No! Ethan Page wins? No! So, oh my God, look at the people. There's people sat there that are like, they're shocked. I'm shocked. Ethan Page gets knocked down, lands on top of Javon, and is now the NXT champ as a result. Wow. Wow. Trick Williams is livid. He is livid. And he should be livid. He should be livid. Nah, mate. Nah. Where was AJ Lee? Where was CM Punk? Where was the Wyatt 6? How has this been allowed to happen? Oh, this match was all about the young OG, weren't it, man? This match was all about the flipping highlight reel, the human highlight reel. Madness. I can't believe it. Can't believe what we've just witnessed. What a show, said Delwyn. I am going to hit the bad button, said Raven. Where was Larry? Did he get his bracelet back? Where is Larry? I don't know. I don't know. Did he get his bracelet? That's an interesting question. Did he? Boo! You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Shawn is disappointed. Trick is livid. That is the new face of NXT. Boo! Oh, you're sad. Yeah, I am, yeah. Why did we just get Joe Hendry for a second? Why did they just flash Joe Hendry up for a second? Is he going to save us from this nightmare? Right, we need to score that match. What was that, Joe, at the end of the show? It's just a little tease, isn't it? He's coming back. Wow, what a main event, though. What a main event. We were worried that it might derail things and that it might actually kind of take the excitement down a little bit, but far from it. But how dare we think that when we knew that the young OG existed in this world? Let's end this. Lovely. David said Trick didn't get pinned, so that's good. Trick to the main roster, said Yami. You'd think that he's going to go to the main roster. Andrew said, I love that finish. Maka said, is Trick getting called up? I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. Perhaps they think he's ready. Perhaps they think he's ready. Daze, I said in the chat it would be all ego, said Santino. Trick is moving up, said Steel the D Gaming Awakening. Well, that would make things a bit better. Matt said, how does that finish make any sense? Why would Spears want Trick to lose when he would also lose? Well, I don't know that Spears knew that the ref was going to... I don't know. I mean, I only saw it once. We didn't see the replay. But I think that Spears, didn't he just grab Trick to try and pull him out the way so that he could get in the ring? I don't know that he purposefully stopped Trick. I mean, I'm just going off what I think in this moment right now. I'd have to see the replay. But I don't think that he was trying... Because Spears looked gutted after. He looked gutted. He didn't have a smile on his face. He wasn't gloating. So I certainly don't think that when he stops Trick and pulls him off the edge of the ring, I can only presume he didn't realize that there was a pin happening in the ring. I think he pulls Trick out the way and then he's going to go and try and capitalize on what's just happened. And then before he knows it, the 3 count has happened and boom, that's it. So yeah, that is... Disappointing. But it was great, said Don. Shawn did look devastated. He didn't realize that they were counting, said Jim. Shawn didn't know. Big Time said, tonight was a great show. I reckon it's the best PLE since No Mercy. James said he's happy for Ethan. Rambles said, I don't even watch NXT, but this show has surprised me and I did enjoy it. Yeah, that's true, actually. I think if you're someone that doesn't tune in on regular to NXT, I think you might have watched this and gone, damn, there's some talent down in NXT, because this was a showcase, wasn't it, really? You know, I think you would have been impressed with Sol Ruca. I think you would have been impressed with Kelani. I think you would have been impressed with Wes and Oba. I think you would have been impressed with Lola and with Roxanne. I think you would have been impressed with a lot, certainly the young OG, but a lot in that main event. I think, like, pretty much everyone impressed. I mean, like, Nathan probably caught your attention. I don't know about the Chase U lads, but I thought Duke Hudson had a really good showing. But I don't know, is this the best NXT PLE of the year? Is this the best NXT PLE of 2024? Because it definitely feels like that's not the craziest comment in the world. That doesn't feel like the craziest thing to say, that this could be the best NXT PLE of 2024. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump over. I'm not leaving, but I'm going to jump over to that second channel. I'm going to put the poll up now. Let's put the poll up now and we can start getting people's thoughts. What you're voting for in the chat is you are voting for the match. So you're voting for the match. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the poll up to get your thoughts on the show. But you got to go to the second channel for that. Many of you know where to go now. We always do it this way. What did you score NXT Heatwave? I will also be doing your opinions tonight, so I will put that poll up in a second, but we'll get this poll up. Boom, 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 boom. Lovely. Okay, so the poll is up now on the second channel, Wrestling Daze Clips, so you can go over there. I'll put a link in. There we go. So there's a link to that. And we'll get the scores. We'll get a few final thoughts. And then we're going to run away so that we can work on a few videos. And don't forget, guys, we had, like, nipples tonight as well. So you've got to factor that in, haven't you? I think, on reflection, this is the greatest NXT PLE of 2024, and maybe even ever, because we did get nipples. Wow, very, very well received main event match that takes the mantle. Great is the score for it, but very close to all time. It actually comes out as a great 88%, so 8% better than Roxanne Lola. Great 88%. Doesn't get into the all-time, but was really close. So 46% of you went with great. 42% of you went all-time. Great wins. Add the two together. Great 88. AR1 said, what? I missed nips. You did. You did. Nipples. Yeah, it happened. In a few years, I think that we'll talk about this PLE and the stars that shined. I am your father said the nipples made me happy tonight. Yes. Mitchell said, what would you score it? It's got to be easily in the 8 club. There wasn't any Julia. There wasn't any, like, big debut. I think the matches were solid. I think they were very good to great. Each a little, like, you know, different as to where they were with that. I think the last 2 matches are the best 2 matches. I agree. I definitely think it gets in the 8s, but I don't think I would go too crazy by going like, oh, it's a 9 or anything like that. I'm probably around 8.25. I'm probably around that ballpark. I think that if we could have had the other matches be as engaging as the final 2, that would have increased the score. I think if we'd have had Julia or a surprise, we did get that shock title win. I don't like it. It was undeserved. But it's a way of getting the belt onto him, isn't it? You know, he's a heel. You're not meant to like it. So I can't really say that affects the score. I think the main event match is excellent. Yeah, probably about an 8.25, actually. Probably about an 8.25. I think this comfortably was better than Money in the Bank. Comfortably. If someone said that you need to watch... It's hard, though, isn't it? Because there's so much in Money in the Bank. There's so many big spots in the ladder matches. Even if, like, they are a bit clunky, they're still fun spots. So it is really difficult. Because Money in the Bank has got some really big talking points. And, like, John Cena announcing next year he's going to retire. I mean, that's huge. But then, you know, it does have some moments like the 3-count controversy. The Drew cashing in, which I hated. It did have those that brought my score down. So, but I'm comfortable in saying this was the better show. I'm comfortable in saying this was the better show. How much better than Money in the Bank was it, though? That's one that I think is quite interesting for people to reflect on. How does this compare to Money in the Bank? I scored Money in the Bank about a 6. So I'm feeling this is about an 8. 8.25. That is very much where I am. I feel quite good with that. I feel quite comfortable with that. But Money in the Bank definitely adds some big moments to it as well. I think what we can say is that this was a very enjoyable weekend. Because out of 20 across the 2 shows, I'm scoring it a 14. Which means basically both shows picking up a 7, really. It's just that one got a 6, one got an 8. So out of 20, I'm scoring the weekend a 14. So plenty of room for improvement across the 2 shows. But NXT, the better show. And I agree, those final 2 matches really delivering. So good, really fun. Really fun. Are we thinking that Javon could beat Paige? I don't know. We're going down roads I wasn't expecting, yeah. James said it all comes down to interpretation. That's true. And I tell you, I'm really interested, genuinely interested, to see what people are going to say about the show and what they enjoyed. And I'm going to run away and get that set up right now, actually. So if you want to share your thoughts, go over to Wrestling Daze YT. So if I bring it up here, I'll show people, for those that don't know. Obviously, we did the John Cena news. But here, Wrestling Daze YT, you'll see a post that will look something like that. Feedback required. So this was the one the other day. What did you think of Money in the Bank? I think these are just great to read. 188 comments there. So we'll do one of those right now. Feedback required. What did you think of NXT Heatwave? What was your favorite moments, least favorite moments? What would you have changed? What did you think was, exceeded your expectations? How did it compare to Money in the Bank? What was your least favorite bits? What stars stood out for you? Where do you think we go now? So on, so on, so on. So I'm going to run away and get that set up. So a big shout out to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you had a great time. Don't forget that it's Sunday right now, and that means that tomorrow we're back again. We're back again. It's not like this is Saturday. Thanks for joining us. See you in a few days. Tomorrow we're back with Raw, and we're back hopefully with the Wyatt 6. So appreciate the support, guys. Thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.